Deputy Governor of Mandera County. I'll also be joined by Honorable Peter Rero, the Member of Parliament, Kibra constituency. Dr. Evelyn Ogendo is the political analyst. And finally, Michael Agwanda, who is the Chief of Staff in the office of Dr. Buro Dinga. That is ODM leader. He's also the political and governance consultant. The four will be here at exactly 7. Let's talk about that. What should we expect between now and August 10th? In fact, let's not even go August 10th until sometimes in December. Between now and December, so much is going to happen in between. So stay with me at 7. Vivian? All right. And after that conversation, we're going to be having 2 other conversations right here on Good Morning Kenya. The first one being on drug abuse, and we're going to be looking at the new face of drug abuse. How does that look like? That will be our conversation on health check, and then we'll also have another conversation whereby we'll be talking about environmental governance and its direct effects to local communities. So that is another conversation that will be coming to you. So do stay right here with us. But right now, we get straight to the news with Giverson Maina.
Thank you, Victor and Vivian. Let me take you straight to the world of news. And right now, Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has called on healthcare professional interns to serve with the diligence and uphold Kenya's health priorities. Now, he also urged county governments to provide a safe and conducive working environment free from all forms of harassment. The CS also called on universities to adhere to the stipulated timelines, emphasizing that only students who have officially graduated will be eligible for posting. Now, more than 6,000 interns across 6 healthcare cadres have been issued with posting letters and are set to begin their 52-week paid internship on 1st July 2026.
Behind every chart, there is a human life, a family praying for a miracle, and a community relying on your competence.
That you humanize healthcare. Many of our Kenyans who visit our facilities are already in pain. It's not a crime to be sick.
I'll write an official letter to each of the 47 governors, telling them that this is the number of interns we have posted, and you must make sure their training, their internship is done seamlessly, and they should not be mistreated. Universities that have not graduated their students, they are not qualified for posting.
We will have interns posted on 1st of July every year. Now it's upon every university to do their part and ensure that they align with this particular calendar.
A round of applause to Gloria.
And President William Ruto has dismissed government critiques over his administration's continuous launch of key projects and foreign travels to Europe. Speaking after launching the Ngong Road and Naivasha Road flyover, a 3.8 billion shillings investment project in Nairobi, he stated that he will not relent in unveiling key projects, including roads within the capital, urging Kenyans to turn a deaf ear to those opposing such projects. The head of state further noted that the foreign trips he has made recently have yielded gains for the country in key sectors such as technology, agriculture, marine, education, and roads, and even infrastructure. Meanwhile, the president stated that, or rather, he recently commissioned the flyover is aimed at enhancing the efficiency of Ngong Road through grid separation to address the persistent traffic congestion.
Kuna watu wengine wanasema ya kwamba wanataka wananchi wa Nairobi waendelee kukaa kwa slums. Waendelee kukaa mahali hakuna stima, hakuna choo, hakuna maji, hakuna barabara. Nairobi hoye! Sikizeni watu wa Nairobi. Hii Nairobi City. Ile manyumba tunajenga Nairobi City saa hizi zinaendelea ni nyumba 75,000 ya watu wa Nairobi. Tuko na nyumba zingine 50,000 tumeipangia. Hapa Nairobi ndio Kenya. Na ndio mimi nataka mniwaulize kwa unyenyekevu, msikubali watu ambao wanataka kutugawanya kwa misingi ya kabila. Tunataka tuungane, tushirikiane, tujenge Nairobi tukiwa pamoja. Ni kweli ama si kweli, my friends? Hakuna vile tunaweza kungojea miaka mitatu hii mahali jaa misumbue wananchi. Hii kitu tumemaliza 1 year ahead of time. Na ndio mimi nataka niwaambie wale, kuna majamaa hapo wananisumbua. Ati William Ruto anafanya kazi sana. Ati huyu mtu anapumzika saa ngapi? Ati huyu mtu anatembea kila mahali. Nataka mimi niwaambie wale majamaa, wachaneni na mimi nifanye kazi ya wananchi.
Now, the National Construction Authority has intensified its nationwide crackdown on all buildings violating construction regulations, warning rogue contractors that they risk prosecution as well as deregistration. The NCA Manager, Construction Research and Business Development, Dr. Engineer Mesha Kutieno, cited an alarming trend of developers securing approvals for a specific number of floors, but illegally adding extra stories without a fresh structural assessment. And now the remark was made during the Construction Research and Innovation Dissemination Forum, where stakeholders were urged to strictly stick to compliance and safeguard the profession's integrity.
This forum is very integral because it is helping us to grow as young contractors, because there are recommendations by the board even to improve funding, which has been a major problem. Even while we are carrying out our contractual roles, finance is usually a big problem. But the NCA has a recommendation that to partner with the World Bank.
Yeah, since it's the first research in our institution, NCA, this is the first one to come out. The research is very necessary for any institution. For example, in medicine, if you have research minus here, the medicine will not be given to the market. So I believe research, in fact, it was the first thing which could have started again to open for us. When research has been done, you know exactly when you go to the field what you do as a contractor.
First thing is normally to caution the contractor. Is the threshold for the issues of violation, they fall within the cautioning environment, then they are cautioned. If it's moved to the next level whereby suspension is required, then the board will actually issue the suspension to the contractor. If the issues, malpractices that are encountered within the board inquiry are so grievous, then the board will proceed to deregister the contractor for a number of periods before the contractor will return back.
And away from the financing, a locally led climate action program, FLOCA, has disbursed 7.1 billion shillings to 43 county governments in the third and final tranche of phase 1 of the project's grants. Now, the third cycle disbursement adds on to 4.6 billion shillings that the devolved units have contributed under county contribution, now which constitutes at least 1.5% of the county development budgets as stipulated in the County Climate Act. Now, through this latest tranche of funding, the 45 participating counties will continue the implementation of community-driven climate resilience projects tailored to address their unique vulnerabilities and development needs. Now, the County Climate Resilience Investment Grants are supported by the Government of Kenya in partnership with the World Bank and the governments of Germany, Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands.
The reason why water is very critical, at a time of climate change, there is scarcity in accessing water. And because FLOCA is a locally led participatory climate risk where my grandmother is prioritizing or selecting what she needs, my grandmother knows if there is climate change, reduces availability of water. So number one in all counties is water. That is why it is 46%.
With the World Bank and all the development partners who are involved and the National Treasury, to see to it that this is continued under a second phase, so that there is a phase 2 of FLOCA to continue doing the good work it has done, because it's been very, very impactful at the grassroots.
Community ndio wana suggest hizi projects ziweze kufanyika katika zile wodi zao. Kwa hivyo ni projects ambazo hazifanywi kisiasa, zinafanywa kulingana na vile ambavyo wananchi wameomba, na hivyo ndio inafanyika, na ndio sababu zimekuwa very successful.
This is a project that has been referred on as a more successful project that is taking climate change initiatives to the people, because the climate change is affecting people at the community level.
Now we take you to Narok County, where residents of Ilikirimisho in Narok County are embracing climate-smart farming and renewable energy solutions as they adapt to the harsh realities of climate change. Now, once known as one of Kenya's productive highland farming zones, the area is now experiencing unpredictable weather patterns, forcing farmers to rethink their livelihoods. Now, Aaron Murray visited the community and filed the following report.
For decades, Ilikirimisho, located within the former White Highlands of Narok County, enjoyed cool temperatures and reliable rainfall that supported large-scale maize farming. But changing weather patterns have gradually altered that reality.
Our normal way of life, we used to have herds, we used to head cows. Now we don't do that anymore. We have a few cows in our villages. Now we have big farming.
Due to climate change, the Maasai community are now shifting from the perennial crops into seasonal crops so that they can harvest within a shorter period. The community is now turning to climate resilience crop that mature faster and require less water.
A short time of about 3 to 4 months for the farmers to take to the farm, to take to the market.
Irish potatoes and garden peas are increasingly becoming the preferred alternatives.
Is the most crop the farmers here prefer.
The Greenspace Chief Executive Officer Thomas Hudson says community must be equipped with practical solutions that enable them to cope with the impacts of climate change while protecting the environment.
What is coming out clear, much as we are experiencing climate change, so are the needs of the communities changing. And one thing that is coming out strongly from this session, interaction, and moment of learning is that nutrition can never be ignored.
Beyond agriculture, access to electricity remains a challenge in many parts of Ilikirimisho. Most households remain off the national power grid.
We are trying as a community to facilitate good farming so that we may get enough food in our homes, so that whenever our children come to school, they come when they are healthy. And when they are healthy, when they have good food, enough food at home, we can be able to educate them and they can catch up well.
To bridge this gap, the adaptation of solar energy as a clean, affordable and reliable alternative for homes, schools and small businesses is being embraced.
Smart agriculture must be given a critical priority in our planning. Besides, energy forms a cornerstone in developing the critical segments that touches the community, that revolves around community needs.
The initiative also seeks to reduce dependence on firewood, helping conserve forest while lowering carbon emissions.
Youth should be involved in such priorities and advocacy for climate change, so that they can teach the young children growing to have a good environment that will secure the food security and will also secure the livelihood of the adults who are illiterate.
Reporting from Ilikirimisho in Narok County, for KBC Channel 1, I'm Aaron Murray.
Thank you, Aaron Murray, for that report. And our private sector players have been urged to leverage partnerships and innovation to scale. Now, Cooperatives and MSMEs Development Principal Secretary Susan Mangeni opines public-private partnerships are key in unlocking capital and markets for small traders who are often disenfranchised. Take a look.
Data from the National Treasury indicates that MSMEs have accessed 6.72 billion shillings in loans through the government's credit guarantee scheme as of March 2026, benefiting 4,403 enterprises and supporting more than 28,000 jobs.
We're also thinking about a tiered financing model to reflect what we have in this MSME ecosystem.
To bolster this, PS Mangeni says the government will restructure financial products, including a tiered financial model, so as to incorporate young people and other special groups.
We are going to restructure and some of our financial products so that then they meet you at the point of your need, whether you are a young person, whether you're women, or whether you are persons with disability, or whether you are a larger corporate.
Further, the Kenya Development Corporation is exploring new opportunities for funding, including in green funding and electronic vehicles, urging the private sector to take advantage of the space to accelerate investment, strengthen industries, and support innovation.
Those who are looking to move into the EV space, we also have the National Automotive Sector Development Project. Those who are able to locally even manufacture vehicles will also be looking at the EV vehicles.
For Channel 1 News, I'm Ben Troinju.
Still on business, the Kenya Electricity Generating Company targets to produce 5,500 megawatts in 10 years as it seeks to diversify its energy offerings to investors. Now, Energy Principal Secretary Alex Oshiro says investors can now access competitively priced renewable energy service, industrial land, and the infrastructure needed to establish sustainable industries.
Financial year ending June 2025, the Kenya Electricity Generating Company, KENGEN, dispatched 8,482 gigawatt-hours of electricity to the national grid, producing about 60% of the country's electricity. These statistics, however, KENGEN says, can be projected higher.
We are preparing for the next chapter of that journey by investing in energy solutions that will power industries, create jobs, attract investment, and strengthen regional energy security.
Speaking during the launch of the company's inaugural sustainability report for the 2024-2025 financial year, the company revealed an enhanced vision for accelerating Kenya's clean energy transition.
This enhanced growth trajectory reflects our confidence in Kenya's clean energy future and positions KENGEN to play an even greater role in supporting the country's industrialization.
KENGEN's new strategic recalibration reflects new sources, including planned 2 gigawatts from nuclear, with over 700 megawatts from hydro, increased geothermal resource opportunities, evolving national energy priorities, growing investor confidence in renewable energy, and rising regional demand for clean power.
Now, Kenya is set to handle more fuel imports destined for Rwanda after the two countries signed 3 agreements that will allow Kigali to source refined petroleum products through the Northern Corridor under a government-to-government framework. Now, Petroleum Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Ndai says the first consignment of 50,000 cubic meters is expected to arrive in September, marking the start of a deal aimed at boosting regional fuel trade through the Northern Corridor.
Landlocked country, Rwanda depends on regional transport corridors for its fuel imports, making the agreement strategically important for Kenya's ambition to increase fuel transit volumes, maximize pipeline utilization, and strengthen its position as a regional energy and logistics hub. The agreements are expected to increase utilization of Kenya's petroleum infrastructure, strengthen regional energy trade, and reinforce the country's position as a key transit hub for fuel supplies in East Africa.
The volumes to Rwanda transiting through this corridor are set to grow more than tenfold, from roughly 50,000 cubic meters currently to over 500,000 cubic meters per annum. Looking ahead, we are extremely confident that these frameworks now in force, with these frameworks now in force, we will move swiftly into execution.
The first cargo under the framework is scheduled to arrive at the port of Mombasa between the 4th and the 6th of September, before being transported through KBC's pipeline system to Rwanda.
What we have signed today, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a legal framework, but a commitment by the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum and all agencies related to the petroleum subsector on our obligation, which is simple and firm. Kenya will provide a transit environment to guarantee security of supply of bulk refined petroleum products to Rwanda for the long haul.
KBC says the country is well positioned to support the increased volumes through its 1.13 billion litres of petroleum storage capacity, 1,342-kilometre pipeline network, and the Kisumu oil jetty, reinforcing Kenya's role as the regional gateway for petroleum products destined for East and Central Africa.
No, that's the way we end our news coverage for now. But before I let you go, this is the latest news from the World Cup. Morocco has beaten Netherlands on penalties to progress to the next round of 16. And this is the latest, Netherlands become the second football giant to be eliminated after Germany was eliminated by Paraguay this morning. And of course, KBC, or rather World Cup, Eco KBC, and so today we'll bring you live coverage of a match between Cote d'Ivoire, or Ivory Coast if you like, Cote d'Ivoire versus Norway at exactly 8 p.m. So don't miss. My name is Giverson Baina, and the show continues on the other end with Victor Olo. But before that, we take a short commercial break.
Behind every container moved is a story of efficiency, innovation, and national transformation. This Wednesday, 1st July, follow Kenya Railways freight operations on both the standard gauge and meter gauge railways from the port of Mombasa through Nairobi to Naivasha and onward to Malaba, one of East Africa's busiest trade corridors. See how Kenya Railways is transforming freight transport, easing road congestion, and driving economic growth. Don't miss this compelling documentary on Kenya Railways freight service. Kenya Railways, right on track.
I'm very happy that KBC is making it possible for Kenyans to watch World Cup. I'm still hedging my bets on the teams that are there. Don't ask me which one for now. Let's leave that one for another day.
Got the fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday from 10 p.m. and a rerun every Tuesday from 2 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
All right, welcome back. It's now time for us to get into the discussion. Welcome back. It's exactly 7 a.m. Right, karibu sana. My name is Victor. If you're just joining us, this is Channel 1. So, my prediction has fallen flat. I predicted that Netherlands was going to beat Morocco. This is bad on penalties. And Mheshimiwa Orero is here saying that 2 African teams are going to make to the finals?
To semis.
To the semis?
Yeah.
And 1 to the finals?
Yeah.
Who are you?
My card is still on Morocco.
To the finals?
Yeah, to the finals.
Okay, so the last two to the semis, to the finals? Egypt and Morocco. And Morocco to sail through to the finals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Cape Verde. Cape Verde.
You know, there's a reason as why he can actually do that. The background sells him more. You get that?
Yeah,
Mike Agwanda is here.
You don't ask me that question.
His background sells a lot.
Before I came here, I was watching a Morocco game. I woke up at 4 to watch Morocco and the Netherlands.
So you could see the trend.
Yeah, and yesterday I watched up to 2. So we just sleep for 2 hours now that we're in the World Cup.
My goodness, the time difference is changing everything here. All right. Mike Agwanda is here. He's a political analyst and a governor consultant. Karibu sana, Mike.
My pleasure.
Good to see you. Big. And Dr. Evelyn Ogen, the political analyst. Dr. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Pole sana. I'm told that you came here with some heavy heart. What's happening?
No, I lost my dad, but that was last week.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just getting that information right now. So, condolences.
Thank you.
Pole sana.
Thank you.
All right, and Mheshimiwa Pitorero is the Member of Parliament representing good people of Kibra constituency. Mheshimiwa, karibu once again.
Thank you. You always say good people of Kibra.
Good
you
people.
know how.
They are good people of Kibra constituency.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike, take us through the front page of the Daily Nation. The front page, what does it say?
Well, it says abduction victims, harrowing ordeals. And a few people have been mentioned there.
Yes.
Michael Ngige. I'm pained everywhere. My head, waist, back, and the rest of my body. I cannot talk much at the moment. What I need now is proper medical attention and treatment. Benson Shikala says, I was very hungry, deranged, and if you touched him, he wanted to escape. He was fearful, very afraid, and did not know anyone. He was disoriented. That is according to Davis Lichumba's elder brother. And then we have Hussein Khalif, Executive Director of Vocal Africa. They were beaten. They were being asked who was funding them, where they got their body cams from, because they had the cameras to cover police excesses. I think it's just about the torture chamber. It says the frail, trembling man lay in the cold on Sunday night along Gong Road, from where some border riders wheeled him into the emergency wing of Kenyatta National Hospital. The sickly man was Davis Lichuma, an activist who had gone missing following his arrest during last Thursday's demonstrations. Apparently, his captors had dumped him by the roadside, just like had been done to his 6 other colleagues who have recounted their horror ordeals at the hands of armed men in secret locations many believe is deep inside a forest.
Okay. We'll discuss about that shortly. Dr. on the front page of the Star?
The front page is a bit very promising, whereby the government is working with banks to facilitate the access to credit. And 1 million women are beneficiaries of business grants by the president.
Yes.
And I feel it's quite encouraging. And women empowerment is still on.
But what's on the front page, basically? Word by word?
Word by word. 1 million women receive business grants.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's on the Star.
Yeah, that is on the Star. Basically, that is what is there, unless there are also other small stories about how Reverend chose faith over family, opened door to Gen Z in grief. I think this is about the protest day. I'm wondering how the Reverend chose faith if you open for people to enter. I don't know. I don't want to challenge that heading. And then on the other side, on the small story, is House Help loses 1.3 million claim for abandoning job.
Okay.
And that and more stories inside the Star.
All right, let me check on the front page.
But basically, I think It's about the women receiving grants.
1 million grant. Okay.
Yeah.
And on the front page of the Standard, it's more or less the same as what's on the Daily Nation. It's about Mr. President Why. That's on the Standard. It says that 2 days ago, Mathare-based activist Davis Lichuma was found barely alive after he was reportedly arrested during the June 25th Gen Z commemoration, held incommunicado, tortured and dumped in critical condition at Kenyatta National Hospital. 3 others reportedly arrested by police on the same day are yet to be found. These alleged atrocities, targeting government critics despite President William Ruto's pledge to end abductions, are spine-chilling. Yet, despite resurgence of such incidents, the president has remained silent, raising troubling questions about his administration's commitment to protecting the rights of all Kenyans. So, Mr. President, the buck stops with you. That's according to the Standard. The alleged torture and enforced disappearances of Kenyans by those entrusted with enforcing the law will inevitably shape your legacy. That's on the front page. And of course, they are also, based on what the Daily Nation has said, they just narrated the ordeal, what they went through in the hands of their alleged abductors. I say the word alleged abductors. Okay, so let's come back and basically ask you, Mheshimiwa, that you've not given us a front page of any daily. So what do you make of these headlines? Let me start with you. This is not something to wake up to.
I admire how you were selective. I'm the only one who has not read. But of course, it is a sad state of affair that a few people were abducted during the demonstration. I think these demonstrations were done in commemoration of the 25th of the previous year Gen Z demonstration. And of course, everybody else will feel that it is not right. The police, the IPOA, the independent police service must be held accountable. They must take care of the interest of Kenyan citizens. Under Article 37 of our Constitution, the demonstration, the picketing, is enshrined in our Constitution. And I think as Kenyan people, I have always said that we need to retrain our police force. They need to be retrained so that when we have demonstrations, they need to protect the demonstrators, those who are involved in demonstration. Especially if they are not interfering with the businesses and also with the freedom of other people who are not involved in the demonstration. So those are circumstances that we need to consider when we are talking about demonstration. But abductions must stop because the Kenyan people believe that we are a free society. The kind of democracy that people of this country has fought for can never go back to those dark days. You remember before the multipartyism, where we had a single state affair before it was multipartyism. We had a lot of those kind of abductions. Some of you were young, you did not know. You could not even have a car with 4 men inside. When you were 4 men, then the government would think that you even wanted to overthrow the government. We had a sad state of affairs before multipartyism. And therefore, as a Kenyan people, we cannot allow the country to go back to those days. We must progressively guard our freedom, both of speech and association, as a Kenyan people. And I think the IG must come out, he must be called out, he must tell the Kenyans what happened, because these are very chilling and horrifying experiences that no Kenyan person would like to undergo. But I think we need to protect our freedom, but also as demonstrators, we must do it within the framework, the policy framework and also the constitutional framework under Article 37, where when you picket, you must inform the police, but you must also not interfere with the businesses and those who are not involved in the demonstration.
Okay, Mheshimiwa, let me just take you back to one of the photos here. The gentleman who was abducted had a copy of the Constitution, so he had no offense, to be honest. So if he was picked by whoever and tortured right now, he cannot even narrate his ordeal. The simple question is, what wrong did he do to undergo through
That is, I have been very categorical and quite explicit that those who operate within the framework of the Constitution, we must not infringe that right. We must not abduct them. We must. That's why we are calling out the IG to come out and explain to Kenyans why that happened. So, as a person, we must not go back to that state where Kenyan people could not express themselves in terms of expressing their minds through demonstration or through picketing. So long as they are within the framework. Like now you have shown he had a constitution. So I think he was trying to say that it is his constitutional right to express himself by way of picketing.
Okay. Dr.
What I think about the same is that this picketing, fine, it's our right. We have all the rights to protest as long as, and then the government clearly outlines, or according to our constitution also, it's kind of a catch-22 situation in the sense that you know, in the past we have had a history. I don't think Kenyans we have recovered from protests. Various people in this country, despite the ones who are being abducted, I'm not saying it's right to abduct anyone, but also there are business people who have lost big time. There are many business people who are undergoing depression and many other illness that are caused by these protests. So according to me, it's a catch-22. You can't rule out, because you know that's a photo. I'm not saying, I'm not for or against it, but that's a photo that was taken at the time and it was holding the Constitution. But how have you used it? How have you used it? What happened before? I wish we could just have like a video to show you sequence of events, like what happened to lead into his whatever abduction or whatever thing, or being held in Comunicado maybe. But what we are seeing is a peak, and then we are trying to analyze it. We are not privy to the fact that what happened before and after, and we also need to factor in, you know, the police are involved. What happened? What was the exchange between them and the police? Are you seeing? You know, you can be holding the Constitution and insulting the police who are supposed to keep guard. They are telling them stuff, you know, and then you are like, I'm not armed, but your mouth is toxic. What is the toxicity that you are trying to belittle the police, somebody who has been put on guard? I am not for or against the police, but I am looking at, can we look at this in a realistic manner so that we are not overly on one side and they leave things to happen? You know, we have people here who have been hurt. People have been stolen from. People have lost property through these protests. They say they are peaceful. Me, I have not seen one that is peaceful. My prayer is if we can have some kind of mutual kind of way of operating so that no one is hurt. The police are not hurt in terms of being insulted or being told a few things, like trying to, I don't know how to put it, like trying to test you, like put your patience into test. You know, you say you don't have to carry any arms and stones and you know nothing. So I'm only carrying the Constitution. I think the Constitution does not know how toxic you. It does not bring out the toxicity. Let me say this, parents, and I hope they're listening to me. These are our children who are causing these issues. These are our children who are being hurt. They are our mothers, our fathers. People are being hurt in this whole thing. Let us be realistic and stop hugging ourselves on certain clauses of the Constitution and mess up people's properties and disrespect the police and do things the way you want.
Asante. Mike, your opening remarks, because we'll still have protests, even in future, but we have to learn from our past. The good thing is that nobody died on that day. I think that was a good thing.
Yeah, you know, Victor, there are people, about 6 people, that are alleged to have been abducted and put in places that were not accessible to their families, friends, relatives, and even the public. The question we perhaps want to ask ourselves is, who is abducting these individuals?
Yeah.
I don't think we are in an era where people should be abducted and held incommunicado without the knowledge, and then subsequently released into the public without being taken to the courts of law, just in case they did something against the law. The mere fact that somebody held them incommunicado in a secret place, perhaps tortured them, a number of them are saying they were tortured, and then, just dropped by the roadside, in itself is wrong. And I want to say that this demonstration was probably one of the few demonstrations that Kenyans have ever experienced where there were no wanton destruction of properties, where people did not die, and the numbers even that were released out there are people that have been arrested. We haven't seen where it's gone to, but it was really peaceful in the sense that people were not armed, people were not throwing stones, people did not really attack the police as in the traditional way of demonstration in this country. We have to say that yes, as Mwalimu had said, we need to think about the police being retrained and being retooled, in my view. It's very, very important, especially on matters of human rights. There are few violations that are there within the police force or police service that need to be dealt with. But this doesn't come, it doesn't change suddenly. It's something that needs to be gradually done.
Yeah.
And I think I listened to Honorable Dr. Buru Oginga, who said that the cops in one of his presses in Kisumu last Friday, he says policemen need to be retooled and they need to be retrained so that they can know how to handle some of this demonstration. And I think it is important, even as I reiterate what he had said. Look, I heard the president yesterday talking about the demonstration that took place, and he was hugely excited that it was a very successful in the manner that there were no distractions, there were no, a number of people perhaps went to their work in Nairobi, not necessarily 100%, but other places, life was normal. People were going to work and people were doing their own things. I don't think, if the president is saying there was quite a bit of order in this, the last demonstration, then why will some few people, and we're not saying that they are policemen, they are allegation that they could be policemen, that they abducted them, but it's not confirmed, because no one, even them, the victims themselves, have not said whether these men were policemen or they were just people out there that were just trying to, cause news out of this thing by harming and hurting people that were abducted. I really think that the government need to come out with some of these concerns and investigate this and find out who did it, and then bring them to book, so that this kind of just abduction need to stop. We're no longer in a one-party system where basically it's one way of thinking and that's it. Article 37, as it's been alleged, as has been said, gives everybody a right to picket under the confine of the Constitution, which I think is really, really important. But it's sad that somebody will be abducted, will be tortured, and then left by the roadside.
Thank you. All right, Daktari Mali Mohamud, Deputy Governor, Mandera County. Karibu sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, just perhaps you also want to tackle that, but I'll start by asking the question. So today I want us to talk about the issue of the political power card that we are in right now, because it seems that the election fever is already here. If you could put something like a thermometer, probably it's getting to some fever pitch. What do you think are some of the power card that is going to be played? Let's start by the opposition power card. Daktari, let me start with you. The opposition power card that is at play. Then I also want to talk about the political financing that we are actually about to experience. Then the last one, I want to talk about the power of the Gen Z. All right? The three. Let me start with you. The power card ahead of 2027.
So, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think there's a lot to talk about, and I agree with you on the fact that the political temperature is beginning to peak. And of course, as Kenyans, our politicking is almost the whole 5 years of our term. But at any stage, it is at different level of the thermometer that you have just mentioned. But as far as right now is concerned, I think there is a lot of realignment going on and a bit of confusion, especially on, of course, on the side of the government. It is very clear who's going to be leading the pack. Yes. But when it comes to the side of the opposition, there's quite a bit of confusion and realignment that is going on, to the extent that the 45-day, is it called the delegates, consultation
conclave.
Thing that, yes, the conclave. Yes. And in my opinion, nothing big has come out of it, nothing big will come out of it. It's just the same old stories, the same old guys, and usually I call them the united opposition. Because none of them, if you go back in history, all of them have been in Kenyan government one way or the other. The 7 or 8 that are leading various political outfits. But to me, it appears that none of them will allow the other to be the flag bearer. Quite a number of them, sorry to say this, but seem to be very selfish. Rigiji said that if it will take to remove William Ruto for me to step down and support somebody else, I will be willing to do that. Very unlikely, knowing Rigiji. Very, very unlikely that he will support any other candidate.
What if he does?
I mean, I can bet on the fact that that's not going to happen. You know that when he was being picked as the deputy president, I don't know if any of you are privy to the internal willing dealings during the Kenya Kwanza program, that obviously the running mate should have been the current deputy president, but because he was not willing and he was going to divide Kenya Kwanza, if he was not picked, is the reason why he was picked, albeit the fact that he didn't last for too long. But the truth of the matter is that that the opposition, the ones I just called the disunited opposition, are so disenfranchised that it is giving the current government a very big wide path of really coming back as we speak today. And I really don't think that anything big will change. I can already see a lot of fractures and cracking within these opposition groups. So the fact that, for example, now they are trying to create some kind of understanding and discussion between Rigiji, who is quote-unquote one of the top guys in the opposition. They're trying to create a bit of discussion with the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, and Rigiji to come together. Also very unlikely, knowing Rigiji. Uhuru, on his part, has obviously some contempt for Rigiji. He doesn't really believe that this guy is serious, will ever be serious, has ever been serious, and is a guy who cannot be trusted in this country. This is not my opinion. This is the observations that I'm making.
It could still be your opinion anyway. It could still be your opinion. There is no harm to that.
Yes.
Now that you've started, let me also come back to Dr. again here. Dr. The opposition politics, he says that it's going to give the government a clean pass to 2027. How important is the opposition's position right now ahead of 2027? How important is it?
I tend to agree with him that the opposition, they are all of ambitious. They have this ambition and the interest that is common interest.
Right.
All of them, they have that the high-end ambition. And according to me, even the time Rigiji said that if he's willing and to show the people, but you can always see somebody is preaching water and taking wine. You can always see it, that somebody is just speaking things on his lips, because the depth of his, I don't know whether it's spat, I don't know whether to call it spat or bitterness, or the level of, I think his impeachment has not worked out with him very well up to this point. So the way he speaks, that is willing to support anyone, and then they sideline each other. Sometimes I see them, they are together. Sometimes they have left one out. And then, especially when it comes like, I would wish to mention names. They leave they say they want to come together and come up with this one individual who's going to challenge the president. Well, while what they are saying could work a bit could work for them, but that's unachievable from where I sit. From the observation, the way I see they operate, the way they, and there are so many of them, they have cards they have not put on the table. So we see them in picture, but you can see their body language.
Which politically, it's really working for them.
I don't think the cards they are hiding under the table is working for any of them. It's working against them and narrowing down their achievement to come up with this one person.
Are you so interested in getting to know their presidential candidates?
I don't think they have any cards under the table.
I don't think they have. I don't think there's that one candidate who's going to come and watch this space.
Okay, what happened in 2002?
Whatever happened that time and whatever that is happening now, those are two things, Victor. Whatever the alignments, there is a lot of animosity in this approach of the 2027 elections for some reason. There's just a change of spirit, there's just a change of tempers, there's just a change of the way people are selfish, and everybody knows I've got to fight. If I have to get this thing, I got to fight for it. And you see, nobody gives you power, you fight for it. So everybody is using that button, and we only need one president in this country. So what does that mean? It's a win-win for the president, because he's not going to have a competitor. Tell me right now, you know, it's the president's seat is not a governor's seat. It's not a governor's seat that you'll go rushing in those constituencies, and then you are going to be elected as governor. Presidency, you have to start very early and do your things. This country is big. This country is big to transverse, and you have to clearly know who your opponent is. Does the president currently know that however much we want the changes in this country, everybody wants a change everywhere, be it from MCA. You know, every time there's an election, there is always a prompt. There's a way you want to try and have a change in any seat. Are you seeing? So when are you going to start all these things? Everybody is doing their own things. You see now, like the protest for Thursday. I saw some of them go there. If they had that solidarity, if they were fighting for those victims, of course, there are those people who are at home, but with the people. But if you have told us that you want to support the people, you are very sorry about what this government has done, why didn't you come out in solidarity with those who are protesting? Those ones who were crying for the departed souls of the protests.
Mheshimiwa Orero, it's quite obvious that, you know, in politics you have to play, there's a card, even you have got one secret card that you'll unleash at the right time.
My card is just to win.
No. But there is one secret one. I don't know where you've kept it.
Journey to win.
Yes.
I think what we are witnessing is just a repeat of the political temperatures that come after every election. And Kenya is known that we have never had two presidential candidates competing each other. We must always have 3, 4, 5, depending on who is on the ballot. It is not going to happen this time again. We do not have a united opposition as we are talking. But the kind of speeches that we can read from these leaders, okay, I don't call them opposition. I think they have not reached that pitch that we will know that this is the leading opposition in this country. But they are speaking the language of the Kenyans, what people would want to hear and what people would want to listen to. But in this media, I've always said that running for presidency is not a child's play. Because I've been there in these campaigns, I know what it takes to run a presidential campaign. I've been a student of Baba for a long time. All the years that he contested as presidency, I was one of his agents. I know what it takes. So some of these candidates that are in opposition cannot run a presidential campaign. The only person who has tried to run a campaign is Kalonzo Musyoka. He has contested, he has been a vice president. I have said this before. All the others, and I am going to repeat, are greenhorns in politics. Greenhorn in that they will not be able to run a successful presidential candidate. And we have about 4 people who want to be the candidates. We have Matiang'i, he wants to be a presidential candidate. We have Sifuna, where people want to also run as a presidential candidate. We have Rigiji, we have Kalonzo, and our friend Jim Orengo is also saying that he's the senior-most politician at that place and would not wish to live for anybody. I saw him speak at Thika, saying that he's the senior-most politician. It is going to crumble. But what we are saying is that any government needs a strong opposition for checks and balances. And I appreciate the efforts of these opposition people because they bring checks and balances. But running a united presidential campaign in terms of opposition is a long shot.
Okay.
This conclave, I don't know where they are going. Is it under Mugumo tree or something? Or where is it? You wonder what it is really that they are going to take 45 days for this. I don't know what they are looking for.
Let's take a break. I'm listening to Meshmiro calling them opposition. I'm like, really, Meshmiro?
Of course. You know when...
No, based on the history, your history.
Yeah, based on my history. You know, of course...
Things can change.
Not really. Our ODM party was formed to seek for power.
Let's take a quick,
and when we come back,
take a quick break.
Let me start from how we want to get that power.
From power?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
In a world where news is ever-changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible
yes.
to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
All right, welcome back. So there we have it. I asked a question, Meshmiro, that how important is it? And you say you stopped at the word power.
Yeah, you know, in good politics, when you are in a political party with structures and defined moments, you must know why that political party was formed. ODM is one of the longest and biggest political parties in this country. And we are the people who have been doing this opposition. And when people call for demonstrations and they have not come for tips on how to carry out the demonstration, then you wonder. Because we have been on the front line of these demonstrations to try and bring democratic space. Some people talk and they have not been there. As we have been there, front line, during demonstrations, we have been on the trenches for a long time. And when we now say that we want power, it is real. And there are many ways of getting power.
Okay.
There are times, we call them moments. Those moments where you know when to hit and when to retreat. And that is where our former leader beat everybody. He knew when to go and when to have a handshake.
Timing.
Timing.
Yes.
And he never went wrong.
Okay, let me hear from Mike. How important is it? You've had their sentiments, the three of them.
Well, you know, first of all, you asked about whether there's a secret card there. I believe that these people have secret cards. I don't believe that they do not have. And then you also mentioned a little bit about, the united opposition.
Yes.
Where I stand now, I still do not think that there's a united opposition. This is a group of men who are friends, who want to, check each other's back and go to functions together and, have the camaraderie and just the love of each other that we're in the opposition. Because nothing so far has been put into, pen to paper to say that we are united and we are committed and we are resolute on this manner, that so-and-so is going to be our presidential candidate, and then that this is how we're going to work together with all the parties that are being represented in this thing. So I think it's just a team of people that comes together and just make each other feel happy, and also if they are in a group of people and somebody's coming from Western Kenya, somebody's coming from Coast and majorly from Central Province, or the mountain, and then you say, look, we are a team, but it is not a united force, because then if it is a united force, then you ask yourself, but where is Babu Owino in this axis? Is it still with ODM, or is it still with the and as if we've seen him sometimes saying that he want to be there and he doesn't want to be there at the same time? Where is Sifuna in this case? Saying that I want to be in ODM, but I still think that I cannot work with the people in ODM. I might look at other avenues in future. And so the question is, will they join the Wamunyoro team, or will they join the axis of Eugene Wamalwa, or will they join Kalonzo Musyoka, or will vice versa happen? And as a result of that, you can see that there's a huge confusion. And we should not, I think the media is emphasizing what is not there. There is nothing like united opposition yet. I think we need to call these guys friends who go to funerals and goes to parties and help each other to, just to talk about some of the things that are happening. But I also agree with Molimo that ultimately we need an opposition, because you have a government and you must have opposition. That's what our constitution provides. And that opposition need to be there. As to whether they are ready and in a place where they can clinch the presidency, I will say we are prematurely discussing that, because they've not given us any presidential candidate as far as we are concerned.
Yeah.
And so we only have one individual that has said, I'm going to run for president, and that is William Somea Ruto. He said he's going to run for president. He's going to defend his seat. Yeah. All these other guys are still like, we are thinking, we don't know, I will, you will. And so that confusion allows but just a moment of what I call gray area. Where are we heading? Because when you are running a formidable force like what ODM has had over all these years, they've always had a presidential candidate. Everybody knew that Baba was a presidential candidate. He could hang out with all these other people, but everybody knew that ultimately Baba was the presidential candidate. Yeah. And so that gravitated people towards a presidential aspiration and presidential campaign towards an individual under force. Remember that to run for president, as my colleagues here have said, you don't just need the money. You also need the international, support. You also need the regional support. You also need now your strong holds or strong base, as you call it. Baba came with Western Kenya, whether it was Rift Valley, as you could see in 2007, Western Kenya, there is, Kakamega or wherever, Nyanza was part of it, and then he went to the coast, and then he went to the North Rift area, and then a little bit of the eastern part here. And so he knew for a fact that the team that he was putting up together was a team that was to fight for President here, bring it so close, in fact, to a place where we know some of them were tilted, but the numbers could not be confused at all. Now, what we are seeing now is a bunch of friends that are saying, look, as we are just together. But nobody is saying, I will bring my votes from my backyard, and that is my stronghold, because where is their stronghold? Is it Wamunyoro saying that the mountain is my stronghold? What about the other ones?
Everyone.
What about the other ones? And you must work as a team. You remember Pentagon?
Yeah.
Baba worked as a team. This guy, Who is he working with? And do they have the strongholds that will bring the votes enough for the presidency? Remember, the president is also angling in the very places that they're saying is their stronghold. And in fact, the president seems to have more support in some of those areas.
Okay. So what is this? Just an open, hey, Mike. So what is the open power card that is here? Because when you look at the whole landscape, it seems that everything is going to change, Dr. Everything is going to change by the end of this year.
Yes.
We will not be going to speak about whatever we're talking about here again.
True.
It's going to be a completely different story.
You know, Victor, I agree with you. It is going to be a very interesting campaign.
Yeah.
But it is going to be a very unique one also, because since the times when Moi left politics up to today, opposition was very defined. Government was very defined. So there was no too much gray area. And the reason is because we had leadership on both sides, clear leadership.
Which was defined.
Yes, very defined.
Yeah.
Marehemu Odinga, Raila Odinga, has defined the politics of this country in the sense that when he is in opposition, it is very clear, very defined, and very, very strong. When he is in government, it is also very clear. Now, the problem here is that there is no, you see, for you to be even in opposition, for you to be even a presidential candidate, you need some kind of charisma, personality, some power in you that really brings people along and pulls all these people along so that we have a very clear leader of the group. Here we have a team of leaders, each one claiming that they're the credible candidate. And so the chances of these guys even getting one person amongst them and agreeing on them is first of all unlikely. On the issue of secret cards, I don't think there is a secret card. You know, you can come up with a secret card when you are truly united and you are reading from the same page and the same script. Each one of them, if they were to have a secret card, and we agree on that, the only secret card is that each one of them wants to be a presidential candidate. Simple. It's nothing more, nothing less. So on the issue of opposition, I think Kenya is in a very interesting time. We do not have opposition, in my opinion. Not opposition to the extent that we had the last 30 years. Not anything close, not anything like that. So I think as we get closer to elections, and we are literally about a year, 12 months away from the actual elections, by now, traditionally, we would have known where everybody stands. Okay?
Yeah.
But right now, we don't know. My thinking is that when these guys get closer to the elections, there will be a major fallout amongst these guys. And many of them will troop back to William Ruto and support him. Very few, one or two, will be left. And when that happens, then I can tell you there's almost going to be zero opposition to Ruto. And if today, even if Baba is not around, if ODM was outside Kenya Kwanza, then we would have talked about different story, because still people would have run on the legacy of Baba, even if he was not there. At least the fact that ODM was outside and with the opposition, that would have given them a bit of legitimacy and relevance. But now that Baba is gone, ODM is in the broad-based government, the power team, and all these guys really are not, I cannot see a very serious opposition, and I can see a major fallout coming. I can see quite a number of them trooping back to William Ruto, and as Michael said rightly, is that Kenya, you know, when during the elections, when you look at the map of Kenya, you could paint, you know, parts of the country, so to speak, orange, parts of the country, whatever the other, you know, parties are. Right now, you don't know. So tell me, you can you know, Kalonzo pull all the canvas together as a united team? Can Rigiji bring the Mount Kenya team? Can whoever else is there? You know, Eugene. Can he bring the you know,
all the Western
people?
Yeah,
all the Western. No, absolutely not. So to me, it is very clear as we stand right now, if we go on this trajectory and knowing William Ruto, how aggressive he is, I am sure he will have a very clear one. But you know that during Uhuru's time, the last election actually, there was no stronger opposition to William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza than when Uhuru and all the other governments were against him. And he has still won. So my thinking is that with Uhuru's position even not known, with Uhuru having been out for 5 years and having very little influence, in my opinion, I think this opportunity for Ruto is very clear. The only thing these guys should fight over is who is going to be the next opposition leader.
That's a tricky one.
Correct.
Mheshimiwa, what about the regional balance? Because there has to be the numbers, the numerical numbers from whichever region. You want to split all those regions. How is it going to affect the election? Because now you look at the coast region, now that ODM is part and parcel of the Kenya Kwanza administration. Let's talk about the numerical numbers that is needed in this.
Of course, as a politician, you must do and deal with the numbers, statistics, figures. And, the government, if you do not know, they do polling almost on a daily basis to try and find out these numerical numbers where they are. I would want to talk on ODM as a political party.
Go ahead.
I would not want to talk about another party. What we are trying to keep is that our normal basis, where we have massive support as ODM, we would wish to retain those bases. Last week you saw how Kwale was when the ODM party went there. You could see that it was an organic event, as they always say, that we still have a massive support in Kwale. I was in Kilifi a month or so ago, and we had a big public rally as ODM political party. I have also been into Mombasa with our brigade, the leadership. And I think as ODM, we want to try and maintain Coast as our strong base of ODM. I would also want to say that in Nairobi, we also want to try and maintain our position as a political party.
You want to try?
Of course, we are, mine, of course, as Kibra, I know it is at the bedrock of ODM in Nairobi, which of course will be there until 2027. We are still strong. So ODM now, what we are galvanizing, we are trying to put our troops together. It's a political party, so that we have a stronger bargaining power if we go for a structured negotiation with the Kenya Kwanza on what we need as ODM. So that is what we are doing now. And you have seen over the weekend that all our leadership in the ODM, we have the party leader, we have the ODM chair lady, we have our experts also who have joined us in these campaigns. And we are trying to ensure that we do not go down. All the number of MPs that we have, we must retain. All the number of MCS, and see whether we can add more, so that we have a stronger bargaining power as a party. So I am not going to talk on any other party, but what I am saying, when you see some of these leaders, you know, some of them have been with the former president for a long time.
Yeah.
Eugene Wamalwa was a CS for the former president throughout his 10 years of rule. It means they are one and the same thing. So whenever you see Eugene, you know the former president is there. There is no question about it. When you see Matiang'i, he was the right-hand person of the former president. So he's taking care of the interests of the former president. So some of these people can never be on their own. I can tell you, you can call me here next year. When the former president withdraws his support for Matiang'i, for Eugene, and a few others now from the ODM political party, they will be, he just pulls support and there will be no more. So for you to be a presidential candidate, you must have not just resources, but organizational skill for the whole country. You must have known who is there. So when I use the term greenhorn, it is not to intimidate anybody. It is the reality in politics that we are talking about here. We are here to talk real politics.
Yeah, okay.
So What we are saying is that this opposition, they call themselves opposition, they are because of maybe one or two people. It is because either they are being supported by somebody, and I will repeat, the only person that I know will not leave for anybody. I'm not even going to talk about Trigiji because he has never contested.
Okay.
It is only Kalonzo Musyoka that I know will go full throttle as a presidential candidate.
Okay.
Yes. The others will fall along the way. And if at all he doesn't,
Kalonzo will join Ruto.
I'm thinking
I would not say that, but if he doesn't,
the days are numbered.
you have seen the kind of cover he's taking. I would not have wanted to talk about what they are talking about. But he's the only candidate that I know can go full throttle. Okay. But these others, if they insist to go on, then that
are we likely to see anything change?
A lot.
For us?
Yeah, we are going to see.
What do you mean for us?
A lot of.
When people always anticipate change for good. You can always have change that is not nice, according to the hopefuls of the opposition. And what I can confirm rightfully. Currently, we do not have we do not have opposition. Having the time ODM joined the broad-based, I don't think we have opposition. We thought we would have, but what we have for Wamnyoro.
You're trying to say that ODM owns the position of opposition.
No, that is the truth.
I'm saying they were the official.
So if you withdraw right now, you take your rightful position.
Of course.
You know, they're just domiciled in the broad-based for lack of a better word. Opposition. Power. They got, you had said these people, they just go to the streets to protest. I hope you paid attention to the details when Mwesh talked about it. And I know he meant it, and I know it is true, because they have the manual for these protests. They know how it works. When
because you have been there.
When it stops, we are going out. That's what am I saying? Of criticizing the government. Media criticize the government. I expect under political cities, the young people in the country. Is anybody giving us the high position? Have you provided a stagger cost? Have you provided and the hard not
key? There's only one person. Where is here?
Shots. But let me tell you, until you are president, then you start. Tell us, lower. Tell us what you are going to. You're going to do different.
To make a change. To bring
for
a change
them
in the
to make
of
this
it
insulting.
will just be word.
Agenda-based. What's contained for the people of this about the health sector. What are you doing to ensure it comes from the devolved government, comes back to the national government, because the doctors are frustrated and the nurses, they are frustrated. Why can't this facility just come back? Because we are...
Whose work is that?
Opposition, they're the ones who gives the checks and balances to the government. They're the ones who are going to shed light. They're the ones who are going to bring these checks and balances and ensure that the government does the things for the people correctly. You see, this the health sector has been devolved. The doctors have not been paid, the nurses have not been paid, and you see that's the top cream. The people who deal with health and education. Yeah. Education is still in the national government. From the time this health sector has been devolved in the devolved government, there's a lot of trouble in the top cream sector. The people who treat us when we are sick. We are going to be dying of malaria because A doctor is not paid. Then what is that going to happen?
Okay.
The facilities, when you don't pay a doctor, even how will this person even safeguard those? I'm not saying they steal from the hospitals, but what will I do? 3-4 months I'm not being paid. I have a family, I run a family, I run my life as a person, I have gone to school, I have trained, I'm a whole doctor qualified, I am here not being given my money. So if they give us those agendas, then we can listen to them. But let them not come here and criticize the government and then tell us that they're looking for presidency.
Do you have some tea? Take a
What are you
because I know.
Sugar level. But I can say that during the finance bill,
right,
they really tried, because they also came up with their budgets and how they would want to finance that budget. And it was a slightly lower budget with about 500 billion. And they really showed Kenyans what they would have really wanted. But some of the leading people who were bringing those proposals, like one of my friends, former chairman of budget, was one of the leading lights. But when it came to parliament, because I was there, and he was told to explain, then he had no answer. And even when it came to voting on the finance bill, some of them disappeared. So it means they want to preach water and they're taking wine. When you are in opposition, or when you are the credibility of an individual, you must live to what you say. You can hold me accountable to what I say here.
Yes.
Even during election, I would be held accountable by my people of the things I told them I would facilitate or do as an MP. If I don't, then they'll have moral authority to question me why I do.
Okay.
So I will come out as an elected member of parliament and be accountable to my people through my words, through what I say, through my actions. Why would they not be accountable?
Okay.
That you say something, then you run away and you don't even vote for the bill.
Let's bring in Mike.
I still insist there's a secret card. This secret card could simply mean that you look at the combination of what Nairobi looks like. For anybody that wants to be a governor in Nairobi, you need to know that there are about 5 or 6 communities in this Nairobi that must support you to be a governor. I know Babu Owino wants to be a governor. I know Governor Sakaja wants to be his second term. And a number of these people. Gakuya also want to be a governor. These individuals must have a secret card. And their secret card, Kananu also want to come on the board. Their secret cards is who am I going to work with or partner with so that I can get the Kamba votes, because that is one of the most important community here. I can get the Luo votes, I can get the Luya votes, and then I can get Kikuyu votes.
Yes.
And that is as Kisses. That's a secret card that you must have. And then the secret
now the
card,
Walalos.
And then Walalos also. There are many in this. And then another secret card. Another secret card hold on. Another secret card that you also need to remember is where is Dr. Buru and ODM party in this axis? Where are they going to be? Because it is a huge factor.
Why are you forgetting about that secret card?
What Dr. Buru and the ODM are going to say towards this election that is coming up. And so if your secret card is somewhere else and not Dr. Buru and ODM, you could be, chasing a wind somewhere, because remember that as much as they could be in this relationship with the government, broad-based, but ODM still commands almost more than a half of this country in terms of support. That has not gone away. And so you cannot, if you're doing your politics and you've not thought about Dr. Buru and you've not talked about ODM factor in this, then you could be running away without knowing what is happening. And also, a number of these politicians are also looking into, well, if I don't partner with Dr. Buru and ODM party, then am I going to be with UDA and the government? Because everybody seemed to want power. Unfortunately, that power, the only person that has struck it ahead of everybody else is Dr. Buru saying we want power and we have proper discussion. Everybody else is like, man, where are we? So, you know, as they wait, you know, a lot is being done, and I think it will be good. But the secret card for a politician must be there. In fact, we're tuned. Mwalimu Orero will tell you, last minute they say, where is the ticket? Where is the ticket? That in itself is also a secret card that you must have. So, Daktari, yes, I want to disagree with you respectfully. That secret card must be there.
We will only disagree. We will only disagree on the definition of a secret card. But
there's a secret card with me. One of my directors is already on the floor. You see that there's a secret red card.
When you are agendaless, where do you get this secret card from? What will it be containing?
Wow.
You are agendaless.
That's a discussion.
What will be contained in that secret card?
That's interesting.
I think time is almost up, but
my director is already on the floor.
I think
I'm afraid we have to leave it at that.
But before we leave, you know, I'm the only elected politician here. I must say,
he's elected too.
Good people of Kibra.
Yeah, from Kibra.
Okay. He's talking as a legislator.
A legislator. I must
thank you.
Thank the Kibra people for electing. But also I must congratulate the teams, Africa teams in the World Cup. You know, I must put.
And I'm the only aspirant for women rep.
Let us say Kibra has a good legislator. Please bring it back if you're watching.
Deputy Governor of Mandera County. Mheshimiwa Orero, Kibra constituency. Dr. Logendo. Thank you so much.
Aspirant Kisii County, I'm the only one and the only lady on the floor.
Okay.
As a woman,
umetuambia kitu late.
You should have told us earlier.
But I thought it is in the back of your mind always.
Mike Agonda has given us
she declared she's unopposed.
The power card. Thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, true. Thank you. You got me. Unopposed.
I'm very happy that KBC is making it possible for Kenyans to watch World Cup. I'm still hedging my bets on the teams that are there. Don't ask me which one for now. Let's leave that one for another day.
Are you ready for the next big thing in tech? Well, we'll spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and breakthrough technology that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainable futures, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
Lights on, volume up. This is where stories come alive. From local drama that hits close to home.
Huyu ni nani? Alinivamia akiwa na vijana wengine wawili. Toka nje! Hii nyumba yako. Yote ni porojo.
To international series everyone's talking about. Stories that pull you in. Characters you won't forget.
Stop complaining and just get out of here. Go now, go.
We turn up the volume with music that moves, showcases rising stars, and bring the beat straight to your living room. And when it's time to talk, we don't hold back.
How is everything going?
Real conversations, big personalities, the issues, the loves, the moment everyone's debating the next day. Every show, every night, different voices, one destination. This is television that feels alive. unpredictable and missable.
Eustachio, goalkeeper wanted to come for it, he didn't get to it. What a clearance on the line! And again, and then the goalkeeper Williams himself, third time. South Africa escape. Somehow.
Miraculous. Oh, Williams, I wonder, did he make 2 saves here? He got himself in
But still he waits to play a minute in this World Cup. Sigor lays it out. Jonathan David, brilliant defending again. Look at Williams here. The big moment came for Canada. The front two looks sure one of them to finish it off. Jonathan David. Simply outstanding piece of work again from Williams, the goalkeeper. Schaffelberg. Eustachio. Canada in front at stoppage time. Williams couldn't get to it. What a time for them to get the breakthrough. What a blow for South Africa.
Well, just when it looked like Canada had run out of ideas, the ball broke their way, and it was a lethal finish from Stefan Eustachio.
From that conversation with my colleague Victor Olo and his panelists, we now get into another conversation right here on Good Morning Kenya. Thank you for staying with us. Right now, we are going to be talking about environmental governance and its effects on local communities. And I am joined in studio by on my immediate right, we have Ezekiel Rema. Ezekiel is a community organizer, muungano rather wa wanavijiji. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you here. All right. And then next to Ezekiel, we have Betty Hamoud. And Betty Hamoud is a paralegal, Kangemi Social Justice. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, we have Ejait Aluku, and he is a program officer, Economic and Social Rights Center, Haki Jamii. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have all of you here. Let us begin first by just maybe defining what environmental governance is. Maybe you can take that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Environmental governance can be looked at in so many ways, but according to us, we know that the environmental governance is issues about the environment itself, of course, as one part of it, and the way the governance on that environment, or the political part, and the way we govern ourselves, our laws, our policies, and the spirit and the hope that it gives the people in the community. How friendly is it to the community? How does the community suit into it? What are the dangers that it brings to the community? So I think that is a part of the environmental governance.
Okay. And why should the average citizen be concerned about our environmental governance?
The average citizen should be concerned because it is our right. Basically, under Article 43 of the Constitution, everyone has a right to clean and healthy environment. There's also Article 69 that also provides for the state and its obligations to uphold this right to clean and healthy environment. And the same is also emphasized in Article 70 as well. So given that the Constitution is usually the binding law that binds us all together as Kenyans, it's codified in law. So it's something that we should take very key concern on. Yes.
Would you say we still have challenges, matters, our environment as we speak right now as a country?
Yes. Yes, we have a big challenge because already the government is doing a national campaign on tree planting. Because of the industrialization, we have a lot of gases. So you find that the general situation in Kenya is being affected because of a lot of activities which are taking place. For example, if you go to areas like informal settlements, you will find that the waste management has been a problem because of there is no space. The area is so much congested. The drainage system is very poor. You will find that a lot of wastage which comes from the homes, they are being thrown along the drainage system. It blocks. When you go to our rivers within the city, they are very dirty. There is no clean water, which is very dangerous to the residents of Nairobi. And if you go to local areas like where we have forests, there is a lot of destruction of forests in our country. People are cutting trees, trying to burn charcoal, some are making timber. So it is a very serious issue which is supposed to be managed very well, because already we have the institutions which are in charge of making sure that our forests are preserved and they are protected. If you go to Karura Forest, already we have a problem. There is an hotel which has been built there. Ngong Road Forest, there is also another hotel which is built there. So there is a problem of governance to our environment, and this must come from the government, so that if the government is serious on making sure that the environment is well protected, automatically the poor community, all the local people from the grassroots, they are able to follow, because already we have those small groups in our community who are trying to do planting within their schools around. And some of them, they are making cleanup groups who are making sure that the river doesn't get a lot of waste which blocks the water. Yeah.
You've touched on quite a number of things as the challenges that we have, and it seems like we still do have a massive challenge. And we'll get into maybe where we're going wrong. We'll get into that. But I want to dwell on matters industrialization, you know, because that's also a big challenge, as you pointed out. And how exactly, or where exactly, do we get to strike a balance between economic development, which is also needed in the country, and now protecting our environment? How can we strike that balance, and is it possible for us to strike the balance between the environmental protection and economic development?
Looking at what you've said, it is really true. Of course, we need to improve our economy, but on the other hand, there is degradation on our environment. But if you look into these issues, mostly they were caused because of the type of governance that we had. Remember, we had the central type of government, where all industries and everything came to one place. So you'd find like a place like Nairobi is really congested, especially with industries. And you see these industries produce a lot of pollution.
Yeah.
And because of maybe, I would not say it's true, we don't have acts and we don't have policies that govern. The problem is that there's somebody somewhere who sleeps on their job. And this person who sleeps on their job lets things work the way they want. You see, when you want to set up a company or a factory, you need to have some safeguarding measures that will ensure that we are not destroying our environment. But rarely are these things looked into. So there's a lot of pollution. And these companies and these industries do help a lot of us as Kenyans, especially the low class and the middle class. They go to work in these companies. So you see, at the end of the day, if you ask me as a local person who's working, I would say, mnye musiulize hiyo industry anything, because that's where I am. But when you come on this other hand, it is now doing the pollution. So who is sleeping on their job? Who should ensure that there should be safeguarding so that this industrialization does not destroy our environment? And now that we are in the county government systems, how do we reduce the number of factories to ensure that they are scattered all around, rather than being enclosed in one place, like here in Nairobi in the industrial area and on the parts of Embakasi. Let them go all over so that at least we reduce this. But again, protective and safeguarding measures should be put in place. Before you are allowed to have an industry that is doing pollution, there should be safeguarding measures that are put in place. And the institutions that are charged with this in the government need to do their work. On the other hand, our people also need to be taught how to do other things that, rather than following these things that are polluting our environment. For example, if you look at issues of environment in the community, how many community members know that there's a way that the factories pollute? They don't know. At the end of the day, even our vehicles, now we are going into electric vehicles, which is a bit better. But on the other hand, nobody knows how sustainable it's going to be, because there is no public participation. Nobody involves the community to understand what is happening in the industries. Nobody informs the industries what is happening here. You'll just find that when all these government organs are sleeping and there are these policies that are not working, then you'll find somebody will just come up and say, I'm forming a commission today. Then the commission is formed, and the commission now comes crisscrossing all over these policies. They'll now break even other policies, and then when you start following up, you'll be told that we don't know there are about 8 laws that are governing these things, and then you get confused in between. So there's a lot of need of public participation, community awareness, and the people who are charged into giving us services, they need to do their work right so that we stop this pollution.
So you say that we have enough policies already, or do you feel like there are policies that should still be put in place?
I would actually say we have enough policies. The issue is the synergy of these policies, because these policies, they mandate specific entities as well to perform specific tasks. And what ends up happening is that there's a lot of intersection between these jurisdictions. Let's say when it comes to NEMA, for instance, and the specific jurisdiction that they have, and KWS as well, given that they also have a mandate in coming up with frameworks on protected areas, and also the county government, given that they also have an environmental department, and also the national government as well. And also, even when you proceed to the private entities, but the private sector also has a role to play and an obligation to play. So there are different laws that speak to different things. Sometimes they contradict each other. Sometimes they intersect, but not in a seamless way. Sometimes these entities have different authorities that sometimes they don't gel. It's not as seamless as it's supposed to be. So the gaps that actually end up being very visible are just with regard to how these laws speak to each other, because the laws are actually there and they are very good. Because even not only at the national level, but also at the international level as well. Kenya, we are a subsidiary. We are subscribed to the Convention on Biological Diversity, which is a CBD, an international framework, which also speaks to very local and context-specific things like a local community's role in a conserving environment, and also the intersection between conservation and also making these laws work for the people that actually reside within this environment. So there is actually supposed to be, these laws are actually in place, and they actually are supposed to protect everyone, people and nature. And this is also in line with some of the work that we do in partnership with some of our partners like WWF Kenya, who are big in conservation. And our entry point is usually emphasizing that aspect of human rights-based approaches, which basically just talks about enhancing what Betty was talking about, public participation, that to make these laws people-centered, to make people at the very center of these laws, so that we can find a way to live in harmony with the people and nature and our environment, because we also have a role to play. And also, and these laws also provide not only obligations and also duties, because you have duty bearers and you also have the rights holders as well. And so there are, these laws actually, we can say that we actually have a good framework as a country. We are not that bad off.
Yes. So it's just a matter of implementation as it is right now. And you've, I think all of you actually have spoken big about public participation. And you know, the fact that this should be about all of us, you know, community-based, and everyone should get involved in all of this. Maybe just from you, Ezekiel, as a community organizer, how should we go about this? Because we hear public participation in a lot of things. Now, in matters the environment, how should we go? What way to go in matters public participation?
Already, we have a policy which was on the developing process, which is a national policy. And it is supposed to be in Parliament so that now it can be enacted. Because already we have a problem in public participation. In many meetings which we have attended, which is called public participation, it doesn't qualify public participation. Because the attendance is very poor. Even the information how people get those invitations is not clear. Some of them are done through website. And most of the people, they cannot access the website. And also, even during the conducting of the public participation, you will find that the meetings is supposed to start maybe at 9. But the officers from the government, sometimes they will come at around 12 noon. People have waited for more than 3 hours. Some of them, they come from their workplace. They just stop for a while and come attend. But when they come there and waste around 3 hours without a meeting starting, so they go back to their business. So you find that in most cases, when they also give women the proposal they want to see done, there is nothing is done. So you find that they are killing this public participation, which is an interest in our constitution, because it is a right that in any development you want to do in our country, you must involve people so that they know exactly what you want to do. You want to have a clean environment. For example, you go to Kibera, you have so many groups which are organized. They have been there for many years. They have been collecting garbage around the houses. But where are they taking this garbage? There is no central place for putting them, and then the county government now can organize how they could come and pick this waste management. So if they can come up with a clear policy of public participation, and whatever is said in this public participation, it is being implemented, then automatically people will now feel that they are being respected, their views are being incorporated in the development of our country. But because most of the views are not implemented, automatically people lose that interest of participating in this public participation. The other thing which I can say is that we have so many policies and laws which protect our land. But the problem we have with this corruption in implementing these laws, and also those people who are in charge. For example, if it is NEMA, they are the ones to give the license for a company to start operating in Kenya. There are those procedures which are given for them to follow. How comes that one company can do pollution in our country, or a matatu, they are making a lot of noises in the city, and yet we have the reinforcement units which are supposed to control this. Because of corruption now, you get these people, they are being given money, and they just keep quiet. They don't take any action. People make a lot of noise, people complain, People go to court. For example, you go some areas where we have residential which are very sacred. You find somebody coming and putting a restaurant there. There is a lot of noise. It creates a lot of disturbance within the homes. And it has a guideline that if you want to do this development here, these are the procedure. You do the environmental assessment impact, how the community will come and say, if this investment is done here, this is how we are going to benefit, and this is how it is going to protect the damages of our environment. So we have a problem of corruption and also poor implementation of those policies. So we have people who are busy doing the cleanup in our areas. We have people planting trees, but how do you manage if the government is not supporting you? So the government must come up with a clear way of supporting those small groups and making sure that they are capacitated, so that they can have that capacity of making sure that their area is well kept clean.
Are there, would you say there are particular communities that are more vulnerable, and more vulnerable specifically to environmental degradation?
Yes, of course there are communities that are vulnerable, and especially in the urban area slums, whereby of course all these laws were there, the policies were there, nobody took care, and of course some people built near the rivers, especially our informal settlements, and they are very vulnerable. Of course, because one, they are near the rivers. Apart even from the environmental degradation or maybe flooding and other things, there are also some other diseases that they can get. But you see, all these things happened when people were looking at them starting. And the only way that we can assist these people is by having those dialogues that we are saying, using the AJS formula, and talking to the people and making them understand. Because you cannot just start implementing a policy that you made and say that there are other people. Of course, there are so many people who are very vulnerable. And even when these big buildings are being built, the multi-story buildings, some of them are built on the rivers. What happens? The riverways are blocked. So what happens at the end of the day? The flooding goes back. Because when you can never fight environment. Once you fight it, it will fight you back. And so it will fight back. What will it do? It will get flooding, people will die, and children will, women and children especially in our informal settlements are the ones who are more vulnerable than any other people. We also have some livestock in the city that also are going to be very vulnerable, because you see, water is life to us, but sometimes even water can cause death. So there are so many communities that are really really vulnerable, and mostly in the slum areas. Because you see, if like now KBC where we are right now, we don't have a very big problem with, even if it floods right now. But what about that person who's living maybe somewhere in Mathare, the other one who's living maybe in Kibra, the other one who's living maybe in the areas of Kangemi and Kawangware, and you see the place is congested, the waterways have been blocked, especially by these multi-story buildings in between Kileleshwa and Kilimani. So the water now floods, and these people will, of course, will have deaths. We'll have a lot of destruction and a lot of destabilization of our normal lives. And remember, most of our people live from hand to mouth on a daily basis, below $1 a day. And people do not recognize this. And the only part that brings us a lot of problems is because the government, on the other hand, does not want to understand that it needs us to change our environment. It needs us to discuss on something. Sometimes you'd see a building coming up, you would run as a community, do petitions, say we do not want this building. But at the end of the day, the building will still come up. So you wonder what happened, where did our petitions go? What is really happening? So there's a lot of problems, especially when it comes to this. And that thing we are calling public participation, the really and total abuse of public participation. Of course, for people like us who understand the law, sometimes we'd say if it has been advertised, and even if nobody comes, it has happened. But you know, that is just believing things that are not happening to help our country. At the end of the day, we need these people to come and participate to tell us the dangers of this thing that we want to bring up. But because we are just following policy and the law fully, we do not want to care. And when these things were being done, nobody called us to ask us now that this settlement has started. Because believe me, even the people who live in informal settlements never live there without the government's eye. The government knows. down from the local government. Everybody knows people are there. But when it comes to implementing now the policies and the laws, because the people are dying of flooding, we want to just come and evict all these people. And then we say we've done our work. That is not the right way to go. Remember, we are citizens. Article 1 of the Constitution says the sovereignty of this country belongs to the people of Kenya. So we are the people. Yes, we have done mistakes. Yes, even as the people, we have destroyed our environment. Yes, the government has also done us wrong because they've not been following their policies. But let us come together, use the AJS system, do proper public participations whereby the persons who will be affected by the project will understand. Let us do correct RAPs and give the environmental impact. Let everybody understand so that even when I'm telling somebody you should move from the river, let this person move in peace. You're getting me? Rather than telling that person will just move. You can look at the Nairobi River Commission that was just formed the other day. Why Nairobi River Commission? And yet Nairobi River does not start in Nairobi and end in Nairobi. It starts in Kiambu, it pours into the Athi River, and it goes all the way to Mombasa. How comes we only have a Nairobi River Commission that has been composed of people only from Nairobi? What is so big about Nairobi? When they're forming the commission, they should form a commission that is all over, so that everybody takes care of their river. So that when we are coming to these issues of who is getting affected, let us not look at the place where it's only getting affected and forget that we fought the environment from somewhere else, and this is the impact. Yes.
Let me say something on top of what she has said.
Go ahead.
You see, first of all, what is the root cause of this problem? There is shortage of houses. There is poverty. When you go to those areas where Mama has said, for example, the informal settlements like Mukuru, Kibera, Madare, this is where the big population of Nairobi lives. And those houses, most of them were built on the river riparian. Many years ago, while the government is just watching, and some of them are facilitating the coming up of the slums. And even the politicians, they have been involved in allocating spaces on those areas where we call the river riparian. So now, when we have this national program of regeneration of the rivers, it must be very clear from their mind that we want to save the life of these people, because from 2024, there was floods. Many people died, and when the rain stopped, the government came up with demolition, forced demolition, whereby also many people died. So if you want to correct that situation, what do? You do what we call socioeconomic survey to understand the background of these people. Because there are some of the people in those areas who are born there. They don't have anywhere to go. So when you come and demolish everything, and you say everybody must move, we are making this area clean, and we want to restore the restoration of the rivers. Remember, these majority people who are in the informal settlements, they are the people who are being employed in those industrial areas. They are the watchmen, they are the samba boy, they are the drivers, because their salary is less than 15,000. So these people, they cannot afford a house of 6,000. They cannot take their children to school. So this is where they can afford a house of 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. For example, there are those women who wash clothes in the estates. They are paid 200 shillings per day. So per month it is around 6,000. And this person maybe is a divorced woman who has maybe 5 children. So where do you expect this person is going to live so that he give the services he is giving to the city? Because all those people are living in those informal settlements, they are providing basic services which are very important to our people. So we are saying we want to see a government which makes the city accessible to everybody, not to the rich only. Because the moment you demolish and you don't want to know where these people are going, automatically you are creating other slums. That's why people go to invade urban lands, and they start small kijiji. After a few days, the kijiji is very big. After 10 years, then now you come to realize that these people, they are not supposed to be here. And that's why they are being left without development. Those areas are not planned. They are congested. A lot of fire, Always we see a lot of fire. This time people have been killed because of fire, because there is no access or making sure that this place is safe. Even water is a problem.
And you know, some of these things that you're pointing out are things that have been there since time immemorial.
Yeah.
It's not a problem that has happened 5 years ago, 10 years ago. These are things that have been happening over the years, you know, from back then. So maybe why are we not seeing a change? And maybe who should come on board in order for us to see real change, instead of just us having these conversations, us, you know, talking about it, raising these issues, but nothing happens. Just from your point of view, what can make or what can bring actual change?
When you say who should come on board or what can make actual change, I believe we have everything that we need within in our midst. Because all the entities that we need the duty bearers, we need the rights holders, we need the accountability actors. And when you talk about, because from this lens, this is from the human rights based lens, basically the duty bearers, the people who are actually supposed to uphold or who actually have the authority to implement what is being stated on paper, or what is actually on policy, and the rights holders as well. The people actually have to know that they also have a very big role to play in accountability, in transparency, in accessing this information, in being meaningfully participating in these public participation processes as well. But when you also talk about, because we can start from the very marginalized areas, because those are actually like for instance what Mr. Rema was talking about, given that Nairobi majority of the residents actually reside in informal settlements, so actually engaging them meaningfully, because the solutions actually come from them. The same stretches also to different areas of Kenya as well, because as a national organization, usually we try to reach out to these marginalized groups in urban areas. We identify them as mostly residents of informal settlements. They can also be ethnic minorities, and they can also be these communities that get introduced to things like conservancies and these complex frameworks that they actually don't have that capacity to even give that free, prior and informed consent to maybe ongoing projects within the environment, or how to organize themselves and claim or just manage the environment. Because on this out of Nairobi or rural settings, they are also stewards of the environment as well. So everyone within the capacity that we reside in the area of work that we do, we are all stewards of our environment. So we also have a role to play. So I think the main thing, because I can't say that we need any new or a very innovative thing that hasn't been tried as a country. We actually have all the laws, we actually have all the people, we have all the information, we even have all the resources, because we actually pay very good taxes in Kenya as well. So we actually have everything that we need in order to see that very positive or progressive change that we want to see. Yes.
There is something I want to add, my brother, there.
As we wind up.
On the issue of that. First, we have realized that there is a lot of destruction of the forest. The national government comes with a program of tree planting. Is it happening now? We don't know. We have realized that we have a shortage of housing in Kenya. We came up with KISIP program to solve that problem of land in the informal settlements. We come up with Kenya Slum Upgrading and Prevention Bill, which was supposed to do the housing development for the urban poor. We have a bill which has not been enacted, but we have a policy. So this policy has already done some development, for example, in Kibera Soweto Zone A. If you go there, you can see the kind of houses which were built. And then you go to the second phase, where the houses are built. You will see whether it is answering to the environment, whether it is doing what. Because already we know, these people have been living in the informal settlements, they have been lacking clean water, a good condition of life in their area, because there is so much concern, there is no access road, there is no electricity. Now you want to bring electricity, like the affordable housing. Who is the beneficiary of this program? You want to do the housing program. Already you are responding to the problem, But the way you are responding, and the beneficiaries of this program, are they the right people who are being the vulnerable? Or you are just solving a problem by creating another problem, because these houses are being given to people who are not in need of them, because they want to take those houses and they rent the poor. And they, once they rent them...
I don't know how true that is.
Yes, it is the same. That's what is happening. Because if you want to solve a problem of housing, people to get good houses where they can access those basic services, you are targeting a certain people or a certain community. So that's where we are supposed to start from. Already I support the government for coming up with that program, because it is addressing the problem. But how do you implement that to qualify or to correct the situation? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, gentlemen and lady, for joining me for this conversation. We have to come to a conclusion of it, so this is where we get to end it. Thank you so much to each and every one of you who has been tuning in. Do not go too far. We are coming back with yet another conversation that is on our health segment, and we are talking about the new phase of drug abuse. Stay with us.
Mimi nashabikia timu kwanza Ufaransa na Morocco. Ufaransa najua Dembele, najua Rabiot, najua nani huyu Kamavinga na huyu mshambuliaji Kylian Mbappe. Ningependa kuambia wachezaji wazidi kutazame dimba la dunia kupitia KBC Channel 1.
Pindi tunapowasha vifaa vyetu, tunapata fursa ya kutangamana na wasikilizaji wetu.
Karibu sana thĩinĩ wa tabarĩra ya Rwiga.
Tunapeperusha utangazaji uliobobea katika habari,
nĩ ũndũ wa macio na mangĩ maingĩ,
burudani,
haha nĩ harĩa tũkoragwo tũkĩigua nyĩmbo mwaki nyĩmbo hot,
na hamasisho la kiroho. Usiachwe nyuma. Jiunge nasi kwa safari ya kufana katika 99.5 FM. Soro FM.
Eustachio, goalkeeper wanted to come for it, he didn't get to it. What a clearance on the line! And again, and then the goalkeeper Williams himself, third time. South Africa escape. Somehow.
Miraculous. Oh, Williams, I wonder, did he make two saves here? He got himself in
But still he waits to play a minute in this World Cup. Sigor lays it out. Jonathan David, brilliant defending again. Look at Williams here. The big moment came for Canada. The front two looks sure one of them to finish it off. Jonathan David. Simply outstanding piece of work again from Williams, the goalkeeper. Schaffelberg. Eustachio. Canada in front at stoppage time. Williams couldn't get to it. What a time for them to get the breakthrough. What a blow for South Africa.
Well, just when it looked like Canada had run out of ideas, the ball broke their way, and it was a lethal finish from Stefan Eustachio. Only
Lights on, volume up. This is where stories come alive. From local drama that hits close to home.
Huyu ni nani? Alinivamia akiwa na vijana wengine wawili. Toka nje! Hii nyumba yako. Yote ni porojo.
To international series everyone's talking about. Stories that pull you in. Characters you won't forget.
Stop complaining and just get out of here. Go now, go, go.
We turn up the volume with music that moves, showcases rising stars, and bring the beat straight to your living room. And when it's time to talk, we don't hold back.
How is everything going?
Real conversations, big personalities, the issues, the loves, the moment everyone's debating the next day. Every show, every night, different voices, one destination. This is television that feels alive, unpredictable, and missable.
Fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday from 10 p.m. and a rerun every Tuesday from 2 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
And we get to continue with Good Morning Kenya this Tuesday morning. We now get into matters health. And today our conversation is on drug abuse. But specifically, we want to look at the new face of drug abuse. Is there a new face of drug abuse? That is what we will be looking at. And I want to introduce my guest, and I will begin from the far right. That is Dr. Janet Muya. And Dr. Janet Muya is a consulting psychiatrist and the head of mental health department, KUTRRH, that is Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Vivian.
And then right next to Janet, we have Chris Kim. Chris Kim is a recovering alcoholic and a licensed licensed addiction counselor and also the founder of Chris Recovery Club. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Vivian.
And then right next to me, we have Elsie Sereo Kinyanjui. Elsie is a clinical psychologist from the Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Vivian.
Let's have this conversation. And let me just begin from the question I asked. Do we have a new drug face? And when we say we have a new drug face, what does that look like? Maybe I can begin with you, Elsie.
Thank you so much. So drugs now have been made to be more aesthetically pleasing, so that it can attract the younger generation. It's more glorified in terms of now it's put in a synthetic way, it's packaged differently, in terms of it looking more glamorous, like the cookies, the cakes, it in sweets and lollipops, and this attracts a very young group. And it's so surprising to see that the initiation age now of substance use is as early as 6 years old.
6 years old?
6. That's crazy. 6 years old. And that's because for a 6-year-old, a sweet is very appealing, a cookie is appealing, you know? It represents their childhood, something that they're given as a reward or as a token. So it's a serious problem. We need more, we need to do more.
Yeah. And, you know, I didn't think the age is as young as 6 years old. Do we have 6-year-olds who are abusing drugs already?
Yes. Actually, from the recent study done by NACADA, the age of onset for use is 6 years for cannabis, 7, 8 for alcohol. And then now, when it comes to the tobacco, is about 9 to 15 years old. So at 6 years old, it's not that they are taking willingly. It's more of being coerced to take it, because now it's being packaged as a sweet, as a candy. It's going to be appealing to them until when they're a bit older, they realize this is not just a sweet or a candy anymore.
Wow. Clearly there's a huge problem. We'll get into that and try to find the solutions that we can put in place for that. But now, Chris, you are a recovering alcoholic. Maybe if you're willing to share with us a bit of your journey to recovery, you know, from when did you start? Probably we can start from there. When did you start, you know, using alcohol, and when did you realize that, okay, mine is an addiction now?
Thank you, Vivian. Again, I'm Chris Paskemaru. People call me Chris Kim on social media and everywhere. My story, it would take a few weeks for me to, to tell it all. But I would say I started using in high school. That was back in 1999, 2000. And I started with alcohol. And that started a traumatic journey of 17 years. I struggled for 17 years. And throughout those 17 years, I really tried. I was trying to quit, because even by the first 5 years while I was in college, I already knew I had a big problem. I had gotten to a point where, you see, I grew up in Nyeri, that's where I come from, and of course in Nyeri in the 90s, the only alcohol that was easily accessible was Moratina. But now I graduated, I don't know whether it's graduating backwards. When I went to Moi University in Eldoret, the alcohol that was available there was Changa and Busa. So I graduated to Changa and Busa, and it's by the grace of God that I was able to complete college. But in between those 4 years, I got born again. I think I'm this guy who would get born again, you know, go to a crusade and get born again, because I knew there was a problem. Now my parents had started noticing, my brothers had started noticing. I was borrowing money. I could not even sustain myself. I could not stay even with any money at all. I was totally reckless, and I had withdrawals. I would shake. I got to a point where I had the hallucinations. Those are still withdrawals. In normal speak, we say you're feeling like there are people calling you, and then at night you have these nightmares, and you are seeing things. I would even see things, and normally if you listen, because I have a rehab. If you listen to most people who have withdrawals, they say they are being chased. They are seeing some grandmothers chasing them at night, you know, and those are withdrawals. withdraws. At that point, I started realizing I had a problem, and that's how I would end up, even while drunk, I would go to a crusade, get born again. By 2006, when I was completing college, everyone around me knew there was a problem. And luckily, I got a good job at Safaricom in 2008, a permanent job. And when I started making more money, the problems got bigger. And within 3 years, I had lost my job. I would not report to work. I had become what people call functional alcoholic. You know, you would go to work, yes, but I don't use that term. I don't believe there is anything like a functional alcoholic, because my social life was not functional in any way. 2011, I lost the job. I found myself even with nowhere to sleep. I was homeless. I could not go back home in the village. It was turmoil all through. And eventually I was taken back to Nyeri by my parents. I got a TSC job. I'm a trained teacher, so I got a job at Magutu High School, a very good school. But then the alcohol got worse. By the time I was getting paid the first 3 months salary, I had already started even borrowing money from the students. I was teaching girls. I would borrow money, their pocket money, for me to... That's how bad it was, Vivian. That's why I said I have to compress it. Yeah, it was so bad. I would borrow money from anyone. I could not sustain myself without alcohol. Basically, I was dependent. The tolerance was so high. All these concepts we talk about in addiction, I had them. I would lie, I would even steal, actually. Even at home, I was those guys, ukifika nyumbani, the doors are locked. You would just hear the locks, ka, ka, ka. Yeah, because you are home and you are a graduate. And even in the community, if I found a phone, you know, if I'm in a matatu and I found a phone, what would come to mind was alcohol. So eventually, I lost my job again as a high school teacher after interdiction. I was interdicted, then I went back to work. I was given another chance, but then even after that chance, I still lost the job because alcohol, I felt like alcohol was my full-time job. It was very enjoyable. Yeah, so I felt like these other jobs were not good jobs. So eventually I lost the job in 2015, came back to Nairobi, and at that point, I had suicidal thoughts at any point. Actually, in 2014, I had even attempted suicide, and I ended up in hospital. I took pesticide, and deliberately for me to die, because I felt like I had failed everyone. My wife at that time was pregnant, and she was 2 months due, and I felt like maybe I need to go. And yeah, I took poison, ended up in hospital for 3 weeks in Karatina, Jamii Hospital. But then even after that, I think I didn't get the support that I felt I needed. And so I still went back to drinking.
We'll get to continue with that.
Yeah.
Clearly, I'm sure even for most people who are watching and maybe they know someone who is addicted to an illegal substance or a substance, whether it's alcohol or the illegal substance, I'm sure when they listen to your story, it's almost the same. Because for most people, it's almost the same. But maybe I'd like to hear from the psychiatrist, Dr. Janet. Why is it that some people become addicted while others do not become addicted, even under the same circumstances? Is there a scientific reason behind it?
Okay, thank you, Vivian. So by looking at the substance, they are one harmful and hazardous to an individual. And then how we get to a point of addiction or to a point of abuse, it works on the brain. We say it's a chronic relapsing brain disease. So what happens is it works on the pathway of reward in the brain. The same way when you reward a child, you encourage a behavior. It's the same logic with addiction and substance use. Once you use alcohol or any other psychoactive substance, it gives a reward. It increases certain dopamines, that high that the brain keeps wanting and wanting more. So an individual will start the journey. The difference is the journey to get to a point where you are at an abuse is different for different individuals. So I wouldn't say there are individuals who never get to a point of abuse, just that it might take a longer journey, yes. But it's the brain getting used to certain highs, to certain euphorias, and it's a reward pathway, which is very encouraging to the brain. So it keeps going. For some people, it can take even 6 months. For others, it will take years. But the truth is, like Chris said, you can't say there's functional alcoholism. There's definitely an effect on your health.
Okay, and I'll ask you to hold that thought.
Yes.
We take a break and then we'll come back to continue with this conversation. Remember, we have a line that you can send your questions. That is 0707 303 212. We'll be back in a bit.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible
Yes.
to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. I want to repeat the number that you can get to send your messages on. That is WhatsApp messages 0707 303 212. 0707. It's right there on your screens. 303 212. Do you know someone who is battling addiction? Are you yourself battling addiction? Or what question may you be having for our guests concerning drug abuse? You can be able to send them and I'll read through them and they're here. They'll answer any question that you may be having. I'll get back to you. You were explaining to us, some people it may take longer for them to get to that point where they're addicts now compared to, others.
Yes, that's true. And like Chris said, the effect is one on your health, on finances, on your social relation, or on your occupation. So you see the effect is quite wide. Even as you're in the journey, it's already affecting these aspects of your life. So we can say you are moving towards a substance abuse. Yes.
Yeah. Is there a direct correlation, or is mental wellness, mental health, closely linked to drug abuse? And which one comes first? Many a times, or is there anything like which one comes first?
Thank you for that. Actually, yes. There is a hypothesis. There are actually two. One that talks about being mentally ill, for example, being diagnosed with depression, and then out of the diagnosis comes now the secondary diagnosis, which is now the addiction. Because person A happens to be diagnosed with depression, now they're coping with their depression using either alcohol, marijuana, or whichever drug of choice they may resort to. And the second hypothesis becomes the opposite of the first one, meaning that now person B has his primary diagnosis as being addicted to the substance, maybe the alcohol or the bang or any drug of choice, and as a result of that constant relapsing, they develop feelings of hopelessness, or now they start becoming anxious. So it's a two-way traffic. So one is always the onset to, it's like a getaway to the other. It might be the primary diagnosis as the mental illness being the primary gateway to now the addiction or vice versa. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's quite dependent on the individual. When it comes to mental health, it's never one size fits all. Each and every person experiences a mental illness or their struggles with addiction differently.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are there specific illnesses now that come out or come from substance abuse, or it depends with which substance you're abusing?
Just as Dr. said, an addiction is a chronic relapsing disease. So, and with that comes all the other. So one might be addicted to alcohol and then develop depression or anxiety or something we call substance-induced psychosis. So yes, they come from the addiction, but it's, as I said, it varies from one person to another. One person might develop depression, the other one might develop schizophrenia, but all of it just comes from that one use of that substance or the use of more than one substance, what we call polydrug use. So yeah, it does affect, it does bring about different types of diagnosis, just depending on the individual. Because come to think again, the individual might have a history of psychiatric illnesses in the family. So their grandfather or their uncle or their great auntie might have had depression, and now they're struggling with an addiction, and now because of just the genetics, they also develop it as a secondary diagnosis.
All right.
So yeah.
All right. Back to you, Chris Kim, and you've given us part of your story because, of course, it's a long story.
Yeah,
you've given us
no
part
time.
of your story with your battle with alcoholism for the last 17 years.
Yeah.
Now, where exactly did your recovery now come in? You know, for someone who's watching and maybe they feel like they are really hopeless because they can't seem to recover from it. You know, they go to rehab, come back, relapse again. So where did your recovery begin, and when did you now get into a point where you know, now I want change?
Okay, my recovery journey started in 2017. But like I said, all through, since around 2004, I had been trying. I knew there was a problem, but the actual recovery, I even took myself to rehab, Chiromo once in 2011, but the actual recovery started in 2017, and that's at the point where I admitted that there is a problem, and I also accepted help from the family, because I started the journey on my own on February 8th, but within 2-3 weeks, I had called one of my sisters and another one, and also my mom, and I told them that I'm doing this journey, and I didn't want even to involve them, but I just wanted them to kind of pray for me, because I knew there were no resources for me to be taken to rehab again. So the journey started in 2017, and it started with that admission that I have a problem. And that's when I started going for AA meetings, Alcoholic Anonymous meetings, actually here at Holy Family Basilica. Then number 2, within 2 years, I started going for therapy. I didn't know what therapy meant and what counseling would entail, but it's through therapy that I came to understand the underlying issues, which included anxiety, low self-esteem, and such kind of issues. And there's a question that you asked, and Dr. Janet had answered about why some people get addicted, or and I used to ask myself, why is my friend David not getting these problems? And through the addiction studies that I have gone through, I also realized that genetically I was predisposed. That meant that from the moment I was born, my brothers and I, and even my sisters, we were at risk, because in the family history, you can see there is that risk, and that's something that many people ignore. So by the time I was starting alcohol use, it didn't mean that I had to become addicted, but I was at a very high risk, just like any other primary disease, whether it's high blood pressure or any other disease that can be in the family genetically. Also, number 2, there were underlying issues, and sometimes people have underlying mental health conditions, like my colleague has said, like ADHD, for instance. People with, and I'm seeing so many of them in rehab, because like I said, I run a rehab, and we work with psychiatrists and also clinical psychologists. They come and diagnose these people. They have ADHD, comorbidities like bipolar disorder. It's very common if you go to most addiction treatment centers, those two. And then depression, major depressive disorder. All these, they are underlying issues that need to be resolved. I didn't know that. So I have dealt with my anxiety disorders. I have dealt with my self-esteem, and that's why I'm nine years sober now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's good progress. I want to read some questions that have come in, and I can see some of them. Doctor, you will answer them for us. So one is asking, what about addiction in other areas? Yes, addiction is in many areas. Today we are tackling drug abuse, but don't worry, you can just specify which addiction you'd like for us to talk about, and maybe we can tackle it another Tuesday. And then there's this other one. Good morning, I have a brother who's addicted to bang, and dealing with him sometimes becomes tedious because he can turn wild. Is there any permanent solution for this? We've tried, he has been going to hospital, but after some time he goes back to using the drug. How can we go about it? That is Paul from Homa Bay. You can answer that, but before that, let me read another one. Good morning, my name is Benjamin. My question is, if you have been taking alcohol, like almost daily, and then you want to go to rehab, will you stay together with, as he put it, wenda wazimu? So I'm sure that's where stigma comes from as well. Yes. So maybe, Doc, you can pick that.
I'll start by saying, yes, recovery is possible, but it's dependent on a lot of factors. What we call the recovery capital, the things internal and external, which are resources that will allow you to start the journey and maintain the journey. And the major one is actually you as an individual. Do you want to change? What's your why? Chris said until they go to a point where they personally wanted to change, that's when the recovery journey started. So if an individual has not gotten to a point of acceptance, they're still denying there is a problem, then we'll keep possibly going round in circle. But when the individual who is struggling with the addiction says, I have a problem and I need help, then that is such a strong point to start from. And then now we come in. It's not an individual problem. The family has to come in. The friends have to come in to support them in this journey, because it's not a journey you can walk alone. Then even the health professionals come in, the psychologists, the psychiatrists, because we need to find out why are you addicted? Because like we said before, it could be secondary to a mental health issue. So unless we make that right diagnosis of a mental illness and treat it, we will still be going round in circle. So before even the journey continues, we need to have an evaluation by a psychologist or a psychiatrist to find out the why, the reason why we got into addiction, and address it. And then now building. And then there's the support groups. He's talked of AA groups. You need to work with other people who've walked that journey so that they're able to hold you, because they know how it feels like to have cravings. It means what it means to have withdrawal, so that they can hold your hand. So you see, it's a whole community of many people and a lot of factors, but it starts with that individual wanting to change and taking the initiative for action. That's why when an individual is involuntarily admitted to a rehab, we almost always fail. But when it's voluntary, where, as Janet, I'm saying, I need help, you will be in that mindset of wanting to change, and chances of succeeding is high.
So for this is a sibling, and they're clearly in distress because they feel like they've tried anything. Is there anything more that they can do? You know, as you're saying, it's supposed to be a personal choice. You know, it's the brother who needs to decide, I want the change. But as a sibling who's really trying, is there anything else? Or maybe how else can they go about it?
I would advise they start from the point of evaluation. Get them to a psychiatric or a hospital where they either are seen by a psychologist or a psychiatrist to understand what the issue is. Because even a psychologist is able to motivate the person to see the effect and the need for change. So start at the point of evaluation and addressing the why, and then the journey can start.
All right, there was the other question of someone saying they would want to maybe go into rehab because of alcohol addiction, but their worry is, using their words, exact words, watakana wenda wazimu.
So mental health has been stigmatized so much, and it's with people like Crispus who make it less stigmatized by coming out and sharing their story, and that way it gives more confidence to someone out there. And I really appreciate that, Crispus, for the good job. A rehabilitation center is there to accommodate each and every individual who's struggling with an addiction, whether it's a behavioral addiction where there's more of the behavior aspect as the gambling or sex, or whether it's a chemical aspect of it, which now becomes a substance abuse. So rehab is for all of them. And there'll be a notion where, okay, going into rehab, I might be in the same room or in the same dorm space or in the same classroom with an individual going through ABCD, but it's only for the period of time that that person is inside or during their first few weeks. Because as I said earlier, there are comorbidities that come with addiction, and that includes psychosis, or when an individual is going through withdrawals, they might not be quite in their normal state of mind, and that's why it might be picked, quote unquote, that they're this type of way when they're not. But that's only the beginning, the few weeks that one is there when they're detoxing and withdrawing from, and they're going through withdrawals from their substance use. But after a couple of weeks, they're quite stable and life continues well for the next 90 days. So it's just the stigma that is restricting a lot of people from getting into rehab, but no, they don't have to stay with.
Yeah, and I can see you want to add on to that. Yeah.
That idea of rehab, even the word rehab itself, you know, you're supposed to be talking about an addiction treatment center, like the one that you have, or like the one we run. There used to be a time when people would hear about rehab, what would come to mind would be Madari. And when you go to Madari, the first impression, it used to be a bit, you know, kind of scary. But things have changed, of course. Now, what I advise parents and anyone, siblings who are taking care of anyone in addiction, is what Dr. Janet has said. Please don't do the diagnosis at home. Don't assume that this person is relapsing or maybe using cannabis or using chavis or any other substance because they don't have good moral values. If this person has been maybe attempting to stop and relapsing every time, take them to a psychiatrist, take them to a psychologist for an assessment. That assessment is the one that will determine whether this person is even fit for maybe for a rehab or outpatient counseling. Because if you want to help, rehab is not the only solution. Yes, I do own a rehab, but I always tell parents, before you even commit your son to the facility, come and let's have the psychiatrist do the assessment. There's this problem that happens anytime a young man or a young girl at 17, 18 starts having some weird behaviors. We always, the parents always rush to say it's cannabis, it's weed. It could be weed, but remember at that age is when the most of the mental health conditions start manifesting. So the family might rush to maybe diagnose and say this is cannabis, yet maybe the psychiatrist or the psychologist could have determined what is actually the underlying issue. So for the next 10 years, they will try to treat this as a cannabis issue or an alcohol issue or mogoka issue, yet it's maybe bipolar. I think we have seen that a lot. So always, the parents should always treat this as a medical issue. The same way if you have an injury, you go to a doctor. If somebody has maybe some sort of behavior, behaviors that are not maybe ordinary to this individual, maybe they should go to a psychiatrist. We have so many. Even if you go to Google, you can find so many psychiatrists in Nairobi and even out of Nairobi. That should always be the first point of intervention.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. There are more questions coming in, so maybe I can read through some of them. One is asking, what is the process of being admitted to a rehab? How is the environment there, and how is one treated? Guess maybe you can take that later. Yeah. Another one is complaining about rehabs being expensive and asking what can be done about that. Morning, I have a son who's taking drugs, bang to be specific, and alcohol, though he doesn't admit. I'm aware about it. What can I do before he becomes an addict? Maybe I can take one more. I have been using weed for about 2 years now, averagely on a daily basis, and I'm not sure how to stop because each time I try, I find my social skills have gone down and I'm not sure how to cope. So I keep up with the cycle. How can you assist me, Daktari? Let me take that.
Yeah, there's a reason why someone starts the journey. Like the person who's asked the question, There is a way, if you take a substance, they make you more bolder, they give you more social skills. You are able to do things you would otherwise not to do when you're bold.
They call it liquid courage.
Yes. So you see, for this person, the motivation is, I'm able to do these things. So we go back to the why. So if you're able to do the social skills development, you're able to boost your esteem, you're able to get help to sort that, then you will not need the substance to achieve that. So it still goes back. Why is someone using the alcohol? Why is someone using cannabis? If you address it and empower them and give them the necessary attention and help they need, then the use of a substance, you can deal with it. So we shouldn't be looking at it on the superficial angle of you are using cannabis, you are using alcohol. We go deeper. This is just the tip of the iceberg. What is the reason why? It could be social issues, it could be career, it could be all these things. And once you address them, you've empowered this person to now deal with the substance. Yes.
There was also the question, I'll get to the one on how to go to a rehab. There was a question of this mother who's concerned because their son is abusing substance, but he doesn't know how to go about it, and he's scared that the child will finally become an addict. What would be your advice?
Family intervention is very important when it comes to addiction recovery. And the first step is to have that sit down with the son. There's a chance where he might deny or whether it's been done before, but it's how the conversation is started and how the conversation is led all the way to the end that can help this individual to open up or not. In the case where having a sit down with their mother is not working out as we'll hope it will be, this is when they introduce a third party. This could be taking him in for one session with a psychologist or with a counselor who's nearby the area, and he may not be comfortable talking to the parent or talking to a sibling, but there'll be a safe space for him to talk to someone. So taking him to a psychologist is one of the best steps, or a counselors, where he's given that space to be himself and just to air out what are some of the reasons that is making him use. Because he might be struggling with the addiction internally, but is afraid because of the consequences, is afraid of, okay, what if I say, will they judge me? Will they think that it's a moral failing? So taking that step and just helping them seek mental health services is better. There they'll be assessed, they'll go through assessments, they'll go through the counseling sessions, and in the end, they'll be able to find a solution to what might be the problem.
Okay. Chris Kim, what is the process of being admitted into rehab?
Okay, so the first step, and I will talk about how we do it, but we do it according to the NACADA regulations. We have a rehab called the Resolutions Recovery Center in Wangige. The first step, of course, for the family is to find the best institution. It has to be NACADA accredited. On the NACADA website, if you search NACADA website list of rehabs, you'll find so many of them. These are rehabs that have all the resources. So the admission can be voluntary and also involuntary. I know Dr. Janet talked about the involuntary, but sometimes families cannot just look at their loved one going down the waste. Sometimes they just have to do something to rescue them. So whether it's voluntary or involuntary, the first thing when you come, we do the intake, and then there is a psychiatric assessment. There has to be a psychiatrist who will do the assessment for us to even know whether this individual needs to be at our facility or we need to refer them to maybe another facility like maybe Madare, or whether we have the resources. After the psychiatric assessment, we'll also do lab works, that is check the liver function test, check how the liver is, check the kidneys, how physically you are. And then after that, once we get the results, we do a detox. Detox is not removing alcohol from the system. It's basically to stabilize this individual. This individual has not been eating, has not been drinking, has not been feeding well, so you can't even have a conversation with them the first 2 days. So we stabilize them for about 6 days, depending on the recommendation of the doctor. So we also have to work with a general physician. Then once we do the detox, that's when now the hard work starts. We now work with a counselor or a psychologist. Every patient at the facility will have a one-on-one counselor for the 3 months that they are supposed to be there. Mostly it's a 90 days program. They will have sessions throughout. And even during these sessions, the family will also be called in. We say addiction is a family disease, so the entire family. Most of the issues that we have in addiction emanate from the family. So the family is also called in, not for one session, but for several sessions. And it's not because of their loved one, it's for them to start healing.
Yeah.
So as we are working on the one in addiction, we are also working on the family. We also do an exit plan, because rehabs have always been told that they fail, and that's because there is a gap. There's a gap after rehab. What now? So we have to plan with the family, together with the counselor and a social worker, on what we'll do. What will this individual do? What do they want? Do they want to start a business? Do they want to go back to school? So we have had cases where we even take our patients to school. And then after the 90 days, we have an aftercare program. For instance, I have a support group, a very big one on WhatsApp, where they join and they share and all that. We follow up on them for a long time. We also take them to the other support groups like Alcoholic Anonymous, and we follow up on how their life is. Within this period of 90 days, there are also classes. They attend classes. They learn on financial literacy, coping with the life stresses, dealing with anxiety, understanding how addiction affects your brain. We have so much. We use what we call a biopsychosocial spiritual approach, where it's holistic. We cover everything. And I know maybe also at your facility, maybe you have not left anything out else.
You haven't.
Yeah. So it's a very welcoming, and I always tell families, don't go to a rehab before you visit it. Go and ask questions. And I always tell them, come to our facility. Don't even tell me you are coming. Surprise me. Surprise us. Come and see whether what we are telling you is true. Don't tell me, because I might prepare everything. Even for Nakada, we always tell them, just come, surprise us. And they have even been benchmarking with us, and we are proud about that. Yeah.
Now, there are so many questions. I'm sure we can't be able to go through all of them. But clearly, from what I can see from the messages that are coming in, a lot of people have bang addiction. And it is really...
It's the new face.
Because, I mean, it is illegal in the country, if we may start there. But anyway, a lot of people are addicted to bang. Some are telling me they're students, and they're just asking the way out. Is there a particular way out? Is there a formula? Is there a formula? Maybe Doc, the psychiatrist, you can help us in this. Is there a formula that one can use to be able to just be clean from that?
Okay. Probably I'll start from the point of what's available beyond what Elsie has said for the youth. We have youth centers by the Ministry of Health, where youth are able to come in, interact and play, and there are psychologists who run those youth centers. So as you're playing the game of chess and all that, you're able to have the conversation on substances. So I'll say, for the young people, look for the youth centers near you. That can be a start point, because we might be very resistant with the stigma of, I don't want to be seen by a psychiatrist. I don't want to go to a psychiatric facility. Start with those youth centers, which are in the community, and start from there. I have a problem. And when you hear other people talking about it, it affirms that it's a problem. So as you're interacting with the other youth, you realize, I'm also struggling, and we will move faster towards the point of acceptance of an issue than staying for long in denial. But it starts with wanting help and starting to do something. And I would affirm the family to keep holding. I know the journey of supporting an addict is difficult. Don't leave them alone. Hold them. Even if they have relapsed 10 times, they still need that family. Yes. So keep holding them, keep seeking help with them or on their behalf. And there's possibility for recovery. It's not all doom. When you hear people who've walked the journey for many years like Chris, and they're doing well, that is the hope they need to hold on to. It is very possible, but it is a journey. Relapse is there. So when you relapse, it's not a sign that you failed. It just shows you are still in the journey. So rise up and keep going.
And I want to touch a bit on relapse. Maybe what causes this relapse, and how is there a way that one can be able to avoid relapsing?
Yes, in a recovery, we talk about 4 triggers. These are people, things, places, and time. So when someone is in active recovery, there are people they always hang out with, there are places they always go, there are things they're always doing, or there are things that they're always using. and there's a time where they're actively using these substances. So when one goes through the journey of recovery, they first have to identify and know what their triggers are. Because it's these triggers that push them to relapsing. Okay, I finished 90 days of rehab, I'm set, I'm encouraged, I'm motivated, but I'm still going back to the same environment, I'm still hanging out with the same friends. I can still see the same things that were pushing me to using. I can still see the liquor stores are still around. There's wine glasses at home. There's liquor readily available at home. So when these things are readily still available, it's very hard for one to stay committed to their recovery. So when one is able to identify their triggers and identify that these are some of the things that push me to relapsing, it will need to take about the first, second, or the third relapse for them to identify, okay, I can no longer go to this place anymore. I'm not that strong-willed. I can no longer hang out with certain people during that ratio event. I have to be going home immediately after the event. So it's a learning curve. So it takes the first attempt, the second attempt, and we encourage people that kuteleza sio kuanguka. Yes, there's the first relapse event. That was the first mistake. It's okay, let's get up, dust ourselves up, continue. Pick up from where we left it. We're not starting all over again, we're just picking it up from there. So identifying these triggers really help us come up with positive coping mechanisms for each that is tailored to each individual to help them in their recovery journey. And recovery is lifelong. It's all the way to, it's a lifetime experience. So whether it's 10 years in, 6 years in, 2 years in, a relapse is possible. But if one is quite aware that these are my triggers, and if this occurs, I might slip up, it's better for them to be able to have coping mechanisms that will help them overcome. Calling a partner, calling a friend, someone who's accountable for them, surfing the urge to want to use. There's so many coping mechanisms that they are taught during rehabilitation that will help.
All right. Okay, I'll read this one last question as we get to finalize on the conversation. Someone says, please ask the panelists, is it okay for kids in boarding schools to be subjected to very inappropriate searches that involve maybe touching of private parts? It's a story that we've all heard. So someone is asking, is that even legal?
No.
No, there is a right to privacy. For every human, it's a human right to privacy. I feel like the schools can come up with better ways to do these searches. When it comes to the younger generation, they're always explorative and innovative. They'll think of a new way to hide something because you found it the last time. But when enough awareness is created in the schools about drug and substance abuse and its effects, it will discourage the sneaking in of substances inside the school. And when that is discouraged, then they get to have their own right of privacy. So no, it's really, we can come up with better ways to search. And another way to help curb them sneaking all these things in is creating proper awareness in the schools.
Yeah, clearly there's better ways to do this. Now, I am seeing all your questions, but time is not on our side. We can't be able to ask all of them, but I'm sure they have, our panelists have touched on everything that I'm seeing here already. So they've gotten to answer your questions. And right now, we need to finalize on this conversation. Thank you so much for joining us for this. And I want to involve my colleague, Victor, as we say goodbye to you. Victor, this was a very needed conversation, and it is very unfortunate that even going through the messages that are coming in, you know, many young people are now addicted to different substances, and it's alarming, you know, and something that is very alarming is the fact that we have kids as young as 6 years abusing.
Allow me to give you two quotes in relation to what you've just discussed. One of them is by Johan Hari. Johan says that an addiction is an adaptation. It's not you. It's the cage that you live in. All right? It's a cage that you live in. The last one is...
Victor, they need to check your microphone, unfortunately.
Again.
Yeah, they need to check your microphone. But anyway, this is where we are ending this conversation. And I mean... Okay, let me take your final remarks, and it's final in that, say something that maybe healing to someone who's going through this, maybe a parent who's going through this through their child, or a child who's watching us right now, the students that have openly said they're addicted, in 30 seconds?
Okay, an addiction is a mental illness. It's a disease like any other. So for me, it's just to encourage them that recovery is possible and recovery can be permanent.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We do recover. Whatever you are going through, if you are out there as a family, if you have someone in addiction, they can get out of it. You just need to find help and keep finding it. Even if they relapse, we keep doing it. Just like we do for any other disease, we keep looking for help until they stabilize.
Addiction is not an individual issue, it's a family issue, it's a societal issue, it's a national issue. So all these stakeholders need to come together and walk this journey. And every single life saved from addiction is worth it.
All right. Yeah. And this is where we get to end this conversation. And I've seen the messages of the people who are asking us to talk about betting addiction. Maybe we'll pick it up next time. Do enjoy the rest of your viewing. Goodbye.
I'm very happy that KBC is making it possible for Kenyans to watch World Cup. I'm still hedging my bets on the teams that are there. Don't ask me which one for now. Let's leave that one for another day.
The wait is over. KBC Iko Huduma Center. Starting with Nairobi, kupata huduma za KBC imekuwa rahisi. From digital guidance and signet services to booking of commercial adverts and documentaries. Visit our dedicated desks at Huduma Center GPO, Times Square, Makadara, Kibera, or Eastleigh. Tunakungoja hapo. Whether it's a casual announcement or a specialized media solution for your business, we are here to serve you. KBC at Huduma Centers, moving closer to you. Your station, your service.
For generations, men have been expected to be strong, resilient, and unwavering in the face of life's challenges. However, behind the smiles, responsibilities, and daily routines, many are silently battling stress, anxiety, depression, and other emotional struggles. As conversations around mental health continue to grow, one question remains. Why do so many men suffer in silence?
I think men are encouraged to talk about their emotions, especially in modern times. Today there are many ways in which men can speak about whatever they're going through. Maybe in the years past, there has not been that kind of an engagement as much. But right now, there's many ways. Social setting, maybe in church, and even at the workplace, some people have very organized ways of speaking out. So, yes, there are ways for men to talk about today.
Saizi, unajua saizi tuko era ingine. Sio kama kitambo tulikuwa tunafinyiliwa ukiongea, we ni muoga, umedunika kama mwanaume. For now, things have changed. Saizi unaona mwanamke amepewa nguvu. So ukijinyamazia pia wewe ndo unaumia. So you have to talk at least. Pia hii the rate ya kupoteza wanaume sana imekuwa high because of hatuongei, we don't ourselves. So at least it's good.
Due to the standards of raising a man in our society, that influence, particularly because of culture, dynamic culture we have in our country, is that a boy child or a man, there is an expectation of a level that maybe of your behavior or maybe an expression that you should not have because seems to be a weak man. So the standard we raise our children, especially the boy child, the way that we are raised, the culture practice that we have, probably they put a block in sharing emotions of a man.
Ile kitu inafaa ni kuongea. Inafaa uongereshe kama ni rafiki yako wa karibu. Enda uongee na yeye.
A mental health expert warns that remaining silent about emotional challenges can have serious consequences affecting relationships, career, and overall quality of life.
Mental health is not important to men, it's important to every person. All of us. And just a simple way of looking at mental health is that disorder, the way you're functioning, you're supposed to function in the right way, in a good way, looking things in the right approach based on social analysis. But the moment you don't function that, then become a mental issue. You're not normal. Behaving abnormal. So to me, mental health is going outside from the norms of the society. That's to me how I can define mental health. And it's very important because we are subjected by the community. We live by community. Community dictates the living pattern of a human person. And that's why you'll go to other cultures, other places, you find the way they dress is different from the way we dress. You'll go to maybe Samburu, utawakuta na mashits. For them it's okay. For you might not be okay. Why? Because the society is dictating differently. So we live. And you look even in the good books, in the Old Testament, people could live based on the norm of society. When you behave abnormal, then you have some problem. So to me, that's all about mental health. Now, the issue of men is not easy, but it's possible. We need to talk about issues that are surrounding men. We need to talk about how we've been brought up. Our same mother are the ones, the way my mom brought me, there's some things he inculcated in me, and he wanted me to be a man. Probably by wrong methodology, and probably right. There's some things my mom brought in me because my mom was with me more than my father. By nature of how my mom is. But also my father needed to be present. But to my case, my father was not present. So my mom was there. But all of the time, my mother could want, hey, I have a sister bigger than me. But he expected me to do things than my sister. Lakini sister yangu ndio mkubwa. Ukusikia my mother say, wewe ndio mwanaume bana. By that time I was a child. I was not a mwanaume, I was a child. So if these words have been put in me, you're a man, you fight like a man. So those words get into a man. So when they get into a man now, to express it now, as I become mature and grown up, then I still have that. So the society still comes with so many men. Ladies come, no, a man should do this, a man should provide, a man should do this. It's a man do, which I don't refuse. But now the responsibility of man have become so high, which today's society, responsibility have changed. In the old days during our mothers, it was so clear, it was the man providing because he's the one who was going to work and everything. Our mothers were at home. Today, my wife, she works and I work. So the life pattern of this society have changed. The methods have changed of living. So the pattern needs to change. But to me as a man, the way I was brought up have not changed. I'm still in that cocoon of a man. A man. Then even don't cry. Unaliaji. Eh, kaa ngumu bana. Wewe ni mwanaume. When I was getting circumcised, number one is, when the process is taking place, they expect you to be a man. Don't even cry, and it's pain. So when you cry, it's like you are less a being. You are less a man. But when you look at the real concept of even crying, there are various ways of vetting out. Not a must crying and everything. Men will vet out differently than women. But we have not been given a chance on how to let it go. Can't to bury you. Somebody dies and everything. It is good somebody to burst out. But for men, imekuwa changamoto because of the society. So I think we need to go to the grassroots and realize, and a lot of formation, a lot of rebranding. men mindset. We need a lot of rebranding to realize this life. Usikuwe serious sana. Ukikuwa serious utadai. Sasa unakuta mazee men tunakufa sana. Tunakufa zaidi. So it's the high time for us to realize that we need to speak out. We need to create a safe place for us to talk. Even tupige tu jazz, ni jazz tu, tunapiga tu jazz. So that I might talk something I'm going through and a fellow man will tell me, mazee hapo hivi, uko na kaufala mazee. Si ungefanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Together we come up with a solution. But now, imekuwa ngumu sana. Imekuwa ngumu and we're losing a lot. But I think it's the high time to advocate for men to have groups that we can talk out. One is a family breakages. And before even family breakages, it's finance. The ball fall surround the finance. Pesa imekuwa shetani tu. It happened that you're earning more than me. Then it becomes an issue to some people. Then becomes mwanaume ananiambia. Then I'm the breadwinner. So some men don't know how to mitigate that. And if your genesis, if it's in marriage, your genesis was not right on how you come together, then trust me, one of the person itakuwa may affect more is the man. The woman akishapata pesa naona amefika nini, but you forget, what about mwanaume akipata pesa? Can you live as a family? That you are helping, you are synergizing each other, you are working as one. So finance have become employment and unemployment and everything have become an issue. Kwa mfano, I'm working na ifike pahali job imeisha. Sometimes unashindwa hata utaambia wife aje, ama utaambia babesto wako aje, ama acha hata wife, mabesto ananichukuliaje. We used to meet, friends start running away from you. When friends start running away from you, then wanaona mazee siku hizi amesota jo, hata kasoda bai. Instead of embracing you, we even reject you more. So inafika pahali, what can you do? Let me remove myself. Let me go away. Let me do this and this. Then you find even getting into drugs. Because drugs want to lie to you. And akuwa mwanaume for a short season. Au unajibamba na hiyo because ime provoke the subconscious mind. Then after that inaenda chini unarudi zero. So inafika pahali you cannot do without these drugs ndio all the time ukaange. Then at the end of it you become addict. So those are there. There are other things, even the sexual issues. Today the food we are eating and everything, it's affecting us. And you come to realize sometimes some of our men, performance becomes a challenge on matrimonial concept. And when it becomes a challenge, then some things they need just medical. It is possible to be treated somewhere. But for a man, siongei na kufa nayo. Tunayo ni sawa, nini. So ule anajua tu ni ule my partner. Na ule partner baada ni embrace pia na realize hapa wazi najiwaste. So run away. Kwanza hiyo inaua wanaume wengi sana. Na ndio unaona I think we need to talk. We need to talk. Vile Mungu aliumba. If I get a weakness, embrace me that weakness, let's grow with it. And some of the challenges we are going medically, there are things that can be sorted out. Medically, they can be sorted out if we talk it out. If we share. Sometimes when you share as men, you realize, kumbe hata fulani anakuanga hivyo. Kumbe, siko peke yangu. So there is an encouragement. So you hold each other, you look for solution, and you move. Lakini ukiwa peke yako, unakwama tu kama wewe alone. Two, look about the transition of aging. Because of sometimes us being absent, then you find a big challenge. Watu hiyo wakishakuwa wakubwa, because the mom was there for them. In fact, hata waende US, inafika pale wanaita madhaki wanaita mbuyu. Unabaki hapo, wanasema wanaenda visit na kwa nitumie zitu ngapi? Mzae amebaki pale hivyo. Wao watu hiyo bring up na everything. But the kid bonded more with the mother than me as a man. So I also ask myself, where am I present to these kids of mine? Even if it happen, am I present? Being present does not mean money. Being present does not mean going for 2 trips. No. Just to be there. Cheza na watu hii. I love CBE. cheza na watu hii. Unasikia mpaka mtu hii budangu anafanya hivi. Unakumbuka zamani sisi tulikuwa na very high level of recognition of our fathers. Budangu anaweza piga kila mtu. Unajua budangu ni nani? There was a concept of budangu. Siku hizi watu ushisikia ni hard sana usikie watu wakisema budangu. Sijui tulipoteza wapi. Somewhere bazee kitambo. Unajua Buddha ilikuwa power. Ungesikia na kusema kwa mama yangu. Wacha father akuje, mimi nakusema kwa father. And we knew our father is the strongest than anybody else. We knew. So there was a concept that in our mind about the power of our father. But say to may lose. Maybe based on disorders that have been there. Family being different type of a family, a single family, another one is complete, another one is divorced, another one. So kids are growing and seeing these things. And I'm telling you, these things is affecting the man a lot. The concept of the boy child is a real big issue because these are the men of tomorrow. So, but the men of present, I think we need to have conversations. We need to have more dialogues and more seminars and more trainings and more and informal to meetings. I think we menda pahali kujibamba na ka drink na everything. Throw some words. Have a conversation.
Financial pressures, family responsibilities, workplace stress, and social expectations are among the factors that can negatively affect men's mental well-being. Without adequate support, these challenges may lead to anxiety, depression, substance abuse, social isolation, and in severe cases, thoughts of self-harm.
Family, even our parents wanafanya tunapata hiyo mental health nini. So our parents, saizi mimi niko Nairobi na hustle. Unaona? Mzazi akupigia simu ya nataka do. Anakuambia, mtoto wangu tuko na shida fulani. Hataki kusikia ati sina. Sasa mnafanya nini Nairobi? Mtu wako Nairobi, familia yako, si mnakula kila siku, si mnakunywa chai na mkate. Hiyo nyumba nikikuja tu siku moja niwashtue, niingie kwa hiyo nyumba asubuhi. Si ndapata mandazi imeendewa. Sasa nyinyi mnakula mnakunywa na sisi mnajua tunakaaje. So they don't understand us. So inakupea pressure as in kama mimi nakaa hivi sasa naona kama ni mzazi wangu ananifanya na kuwa hivi. Naanza kukua na hiyo shida. Unaona? Nakuwa na stress, pressure mingi. Unaona?
Mingi ni mambo na familia. Familia ndiye saa hii changamoto. Ndio unaweza kuta mwanaume hayuko kazi. But bado anategemea. So sasa hiyo kitu inamsubua akili, anatoka asubuhi. Ndio huyo ameenda kutafuta kibarua inakosekana. Akirudi jioni anakakuta familia ndio imemngojea. Kitu kingine ni kazini bado. Uko na kazi lakini bado hiyo kazi ile kitu unapata hapo bado hauwezi jimundu. Inako stress bado. So hata kazi bado inakuwa ni stress.
Despite growing awareness, many men still hesitate to seek professional help due to fear of judgment, stigma, and/or the belief that they should handle problems on their own. However, experts emphasize that seeking help is not a sign of weakness, but a sign of strength and self-awareness.
Expectation of the society is very high. So the expectation brings pressure to me. I'm expected to do this. I'm expected to do this. Then if those pressure comes to me and I don't have a companion, a supporter, who probably in this case, in my case, is my wife, a supporter towards that pressure, then to mitigate that becomes a problem. And out of that pressure, then I find myself looking for a solution. Solution can be positive or can be negative. And in many cases, when I have no support system, then the solution will be negative. You find breaking, you find yourself screaming, you find yourself unaharas kila mtu. And it's because of a small pressure. Maybe that pressure is brought by money, maybe it's brought by workplace, maybe it's brought by society, maybe it's brought by in-laws, maybe it's brought by, pressure from the children. Nowadays in CBE, there is assignments. And it come assignment and find, mwalimu just see the signature ile iko, ni ya mama, ni ya mama, ni ya mama, ni ya mama. Mzae hayuko. And I find myself sometimes wakati sijatoka mapema before watoto waende, ama nimefika late kidogo, na kutanga kitabu hapo, at least in sign. It also brings to that teacher to realize even the father is part of it. It's also communicating to the teacher, mtoto is a one side. If it's a one side, ndamhando namna gani. And in most cases, our mothers, our ladies are there. Naturally, you will find our mothers with the children, you cannot separate them. Biologically equal. But for men, when we are not there, you will find pressures ikikuja because, hey, hata kitabu jai saini hata siku moja, kapresha kana kam, najaribu kwa, baada to have a conversation, anza kuanza, unajua vile nafanya, job yangu naelewa, look for mechanism of doing that. So pressure all over. And pressure is, but we just need to look at how do I mitigate the pressure. Pressure can be positive and pressure can be negative. You might tell me something, when you speak to me about something, already that's a pressure. You're telling me, I think you should do this. I think there's good message you're passing to me. How I receive it, how I encode it, how I decode it matters a lot. So pressure, it depends with how you handle it. Sometimes suppressing things, you just need somebody to listen to you. Amekusikiza, na juu umeiongea inatoka. But the more tunaiwekea, inaweka, ina pile. Wakati ita burst, you're done. Unrepairable. So let's not suppress things. Let's speak it out. We're going to avoid so many mental issues that are surrounding us by speaking it out.
Creating safe spaces for honest conversations can make a significant difference. Sometimes, a simple question such as, "How are you really doing?" can open a door to healing. Mental health support begins with listening, understanding, and encouraging those who are struggling to seek help.
Men are encouraged to talk because they are breaking down. And we should also open channels, mechanisms, and allow men to talk. When you bring up a boy child or when you have your friend as a man, allow him to talk. Allow him to express emotions, listen, give them time, maybe even to cry. It's not a weakness to express your weakness. It's not a weakness for you to cry. It's not a weakness for you maybe even to have a moment. And, those breakdown moments, and you have your own session and maybe seek guidance and seek maybe somebody who can listen to you. It's not a weakness as a man.
I call for institutions. Various institutions, KBC, churches, group ya wazee, I call for that first. Because sometimes nimesuppress na hata sijui. Unadhania tu ni maiti ni mpole. So I call for institution for us to have these conversations. Because tunaweza piga jaza hapa, ni realize, niko na kashida. Kumbe hata mimi, ako ndio kashida. So we need to provoke the mind of those who are. Because some don't know. Hebu angalia watu wanapata high blood pressure, unaweza kuna shida yote. Anasema hakuna. Na ukienda pole itaonekana kuna kitu ulikuwa unafikiria sana. Lakini for me as a man, I'll be saying hakuna. Niko sawa. Lakini pressure imeenda 200. So kuna kitu tu. Speak it out.
For too long, silence has been mistaken for strength. However, true strength lies in acknowledging when help is needed and having the courage to seek it. As the society continues to break the stigma surrounding mental health, perhaps the most powerful message we can share is this: you do not have to carry your burdens alone, because mental health matters to everyone.
Presidents Xi Jinping and Alexander Lukashenko meet in Beijing and pledge to strengthen China-Belarus ties. Iran disputes U.S. reports claiming technical talks would occur in Doha on Tuesday. And tensions high in South Africa on the eve of a deadline by anti-migrant groups for undocumented foreigners to leave. I'm Beatrice Marshall in Nairobi. Welcome to Africa Live. We'll bring you the details on those stories in just a moment. But first, here's Ramanyang with the day's business headlines. Rama.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. Here's what's coming up in the next half hour. Ethiopia says it's reached a deal to restructure its billion-dollar Eurobond after protracted talks with commercial creditors. And there's still a fair bit of uncertainty about the flow of ships across the Strait of Hormuz, despite the MOU signed by Iran and the United States. We'll have the details on those stories and lots more coming your way in the course of the hour. For now, let's start with the latest in current affairs with Beatrice.
Rama, thank you. The leaders of China and Belarus have met in Beijing. They vowed to maintain strategic communication and continue strengthening bilateral relations.
President Xi Jinping pointed out that China and Belarus are true friends that trust and support each other, good partners that share common development and prosperity, as well as all-weather comprehensive strategic partners. The China-Belarus relationship has withstood the test of the changing international circumstances, has grown by leaps and bounds in recent years, and entered its best time in history. The political mutual trust between the two countries is rock solid, and high-quality Belt and Road cooperation has produced fruitful results. The key cooperation projects have been advancing steadily, and the multilateral coordination has been effective. Facts show that deepening China and Belarus all-weather, all-round cooperation is in line with the trend of the times and the fundamental interests of the two peoples. President Xi Jinping stressed that China and Belarus should maintain strategic communication and further promote the high-level bilateral relationship so as to bring more benefits to the two peoples. China supports Belarus in safeguarding its national sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and in pursuing a development path befitting its national conditions. China will continue to provide support for the development of Belarus to the best of its capability. The two countries should mobilize resources to further enhance Belt and Road cooperation and make practical cooperation more substantive. China would like to work with Belarus to build a community with a shared future for humanity, implement the 4 global initiatives, strengthen coordination and cooperation within multilateral mechanisms such as the UN and the SCO, and act as forces for stability in the turbulent world. President Lukashenko said China is Belarus' all-weather strategic partner, and the two countries' comprehensive and deep practical cooperation has provided strong support for Belarus' economic and social development. Belarus looks forward to strengthening strategic communication and expanding areas of cooperation with China so as to promote greater development of bilateral relations. The 4 global initiatives put forward by President Xi Jinping have promoted the political solution to hotspot issues. All these are major contributions to world peace, stability, and prosperity. Lukashenko also said Belarus will maintain close coordination with China on international and regional affairs.
Let's now turn to the Middle East. Iran's deputy foreign minister is disputing U.S. reports, saying talks would occur in Doha on Tuesday. U.S. sources had previously told Axios that both countries were standing down after strikes over the weekend. Meanwhile, President Masoud Pezeshkian told Iranian state media that the U.S. lifting certain sanctions would see $6 billion of assets frozen in Qatar return to Iran. This comes as Iranian and Omani diplomats meet in Muscat to negotiate control of the Strait of Hormuz and whether a toll will be enforced. Only 124 vessels have passed through the strait since Thursday, a fraction of pre-war levels. Isan Kivani reports from Yazd in central Iran.
During the past few days, international media have reported on the possibility of Iran-U.S. talks taking place this week in Qatar or Switzerland. However, Iran's deputy foreign minister, Kazem Gharibabadi, has pushed back on those claims. While he confirms that consultations with Qatar are continuing as usual, especially regarding the follow-up on the other side's commitments, he says the media reports about technical working group meetings are not verified. President Pezeshkian has confirmed that $6 billion out of the initial $12 billion will be unfrozen. In fact, the issue of unfreezing Iran's assets was and has been among the major demands by Tehran. According to Iranian officials, Qatar played a key role in this regard, paving the way for the transfer of the funds. Such funds are crucially important to Iran, especially after months of war, blockade, and a domestic economy in crisis. However, we need to wait and see if the amount would be officially transferred to Iran.
Afghan government officials say Pakistani airstrikes in eastern Afghanistan have killed at least 36 people and injured 163 others. Pakistan says it has launched a ground operation and airstrikes against outlawed militant groups along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Islamabad says that 29 militants involved in recent attacks on civilians and law enforcement personnel have been killed. The government has also ordered authorities nationwide to arrest any Afghan national found residing in Pakistan without a valid visa starting July the 10th. The death toll has risen to 1,450 in Venezuela from last Wednesday's twin earthquakes, with tens of thousands still missing. Rescue teams and aid are pouring in from around the world. Paula Cabral reports from San Felipe in Venezuela.
Well, it's happening. Several countries have sent their teams here to Venezuela, and that includes China also, with teams working here. Most of them concentrated in the La Guaira areas and also in Caracas. The big problem is that now it's not so much the rescue operation. After this time, a few days after the earthquake, really the chances of finding still survivors get slim. Of course, rescue workers always work fast in the assumption that somebody may be alive, but in practical terms, this is more a work of recovery than rescue at this point. You just think that people that are living through this, as I said, we say that the figures here in San Felipe are not big, but one family that lost their house, you can imagine the kind of scars that lives on them. And not them, also their other relatives that know their families, their friends are suffering. And I do feel that one of the ways of coping with this problem is this: solidarity, being a volunteer. We do feel that in disasters people cope with that, making an effort to do something about their community, to participate and to try to sort the situation instead of just sitting at home and getting more and more traumatized.
China has announced to offer additional aid to Venezuela for post-quake relief and reconstruction. The emergency supplies are worth 100 million yuan, or over 14 million US dollars. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Guo Jiaqin briefed the media on the latest development.
The Chinese government has decided, in addition to the previously pledged cash assistance, to provide an additional 100 million yuan in emergency humanitarian aid in the form of relief supplies to support earthquake response and post-disaster reconstruction, which will be delivered to Venezuela as soon as possible. China has also provided satellite imagery of the earthquake-stricken areas to support Venezuela's disaster relief efforts. Chinese enterprises operating in Venezuela and overseas Chinese communities have voluntarily supplied urgently needed engineering machinery and medical materials for rescue operations, and have organized rescue teams to actively participate in search and rescue work. The Chinese side stands ready to continue providing further assistance to Venezuela in accordance with the evolving disaster situation.
Gunmen have abducted an unknown number of students after storming a secondary school in Nigeria's northeastern Borno state while national examinations were underway. Police say the attackers fired shots as they raided Government Day Secondary School in Lassa before fleeing with several students. Security forces, including the military and police, have launched a search in nearby forests. The police say the number of those missing has not been established yet. Nigeria is grappling with jihadist insurgency in the northeast, where Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa province have waged a conflict for more than 15 years. The armed groups often target school and communities for kidnappings. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has called for calm ahead of nationwide protests against foreign immigrants. June the 30th is the date set by protesting groups for undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country. Ramaphosa stressed that while South Africans have a right to protest, it should be done in a peaceful manner. CGTN Sumitra Naidu reports.
That face us.
In his weekly address, President Cyril Ramaphosa again called for calm as thousands prepare to take to the streets. Foreign nationals are being blamed for rising unemployment, escalating crime and deteriorating public services. Claims refuted by human rights activists pushing back against the wave of hostility that has engulfed South Africa in recent weeks.
We reject the scapegoating of migrants. We reject their so-called deadline of the 30th, that is tomorrow. We are saying that on the 30th, a day after, and we want the working class communities, and that remains united, people living side by side with each other.
Ramaphosa emphasized that the right to protest is enshrined in the Constitution, but does not allow intimidation and violence, whether people are documented or not, laws that will be enforced by police.
Our responsibility is to facilitate the lawful exercise of that right while protecting all participants, other members of the public, as well as property, and maintaining public order.
Security has been stepped up across the country ahead of these protests, but human rights groups are very concerned about violence and the way foreigners in South Africa are being treated.
We are seeing an escalating humanitarian crisis where people are fleeing their homes under threat of violence or under the conditions of very real violence. And what we are seeing is effectively what you would characterize as these makeshift refugee camps that are popping up outside embassies and consulates and in open spaces.
A growing number of African countries are meanwhile scrambling to repatriate their citizens. Durban remains the epicenter of displaced foreign nationals, where more than 10,000 Malawian nationals have been cleared to leave. Numbers are also climbing in Johannesburg.
We've dealt with about 2,000 or so Malawian migrants who have been displaced from their communities, various communities in the city of Joburg. And then we've worked with Home Affairs particularly, who've been incredibly helpful in the city of Joburg in repatriating people. But what that has looked like is the need for food, the need to get transportation to move people either to places of safety or to the places where buses are.
Authorities have moved to quell fears of violence around the protests, but memories of the 2021 riots, which rocked the country, still remain fresh. Sumitra Naidu, CGTN, Johannesburg.
Africans are criticizing South Africa for what they call a climate of xenophobia, noting that a recent spate of attacks does not help any country, including South Africa. They are calling for more compassionate and rational ways to deal with undocumented migrants and other underlying issues.
You know, the xenophobic attacks in South Africa makes South Africa unstable. It makes it look unstable, and also it makes it socially fractured and affects the direct foreign investment in South Africa. It also erodes foreign direct investment. You know that the FDI is sensitive to perceptions of safety. Nobody wants to invest or establish a business in a hostile or investment unfriendly country, you know.
The continental free trade area needs trust and goodwill. But xenophobia corrodes precisely that, the social and diplomatic capital that makes economic integration viable. So countries whose nationals are being attacked are not inclined to extend preferential market access or collaborative trade framework.
The whole issue of xenophobia, where there are apparently hundreds of people who've been rounded up and waiting for their deportation to be flown out to their countries. It's such extreme, drastic action, and it doesn't really solve the problem. It creates more problems for them.
Xenophobia is bad for the world, especially for South Africa, because they're doing it with no support or anything. They're just going crazy. And another thing is, I have no idea why they're doing it.
I traveled to South Africa last week, and the immigration officials at the border are being very hostile. Their service was very slow, and we waited for hours. Yet we rely on products from South Africa to sell here. So we are being affected. Even our suppliers in South Africa are unsure about what will happen on the 30th of June. They say they won't be open on that day.
We send money to our friends and family to buy goods for us there and put them on the bus. But right now they're too scared to go and shop. We no longer have any platform to send money for our orders. And even now, because people are returning home, the border is so busy. It's taking much longer for the orders we have already placed to get to us, which is very disruptive.
CGTN's Wilkista Nyabo has more on xenophobic attacks in South Africa through the years.
For nearly 3 decades, South Africa has experienced recurring waves of anti-immigrant violence. In September 1998, 3 Mozambican and Senegalese nationals were reportedly pushed from a moving train and killed by a group returning from a rally that blamed foreigners for unemployment and crime. While there were other sporadic incidents after that, it was from 2008 onwards that the violence became more regular, intense and widespread. In 2008, the country experienced its first major nationwide outbreak of anti-immigrant riots. According to Witwatersrand University's Xeno Watch, in May of that year, South African mobs attacked foreign nationals across 135 locations. The violence resulted in over 60 deaths, 1,700 injuries, and over 100,000 displacements. Another major wave of violence broke out in 2015, mainly in the cities of Durban and Johannesburg. Countless foreign-owned shops were looted and burned. Zulu King Goodwill Zwelithini was accused of aggravating the attacks by saying that foreigners should go back to their countries. He denied the allegations. In 2019, more xenophobic riots broke out in Johannesburg, and as COVID-19 spread across the globe, the vigilante-led anti-immigrant campaign, Operation Dudula, and the Put South Africans First movement emerged during the early lockdown period. So what has the impact of this xenophobic violence in South Africa been? Between 1994 and 2026, there are reports of at least 690 deaths, 128,000 displacements, and thousands of looted businesses. XenoWatch attributes this violence to chronic poverty, high unemployment, inadequate housing, and political interference. Anti-immigrant forces scapegoat foreigners, putting the blame for the country's problems on them. Meanwhile, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has repeatedly called for the protection of non-nationals. Wilkista Nyabo, CGTN.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is reporting a continued rise in Ebola infections, with confirmed cases now reaching 1,274 and 360 deaths. To support response efforts, the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the World Health Organization and Uganda have launched the Joint Continental Incident Management Support Team. The platform will also support other health emergencies across the continent, bringing together various specialists and strengthening coordination. Meanwhile, scientists are accelerating work on experimental treatments and candidate vaccines for the rare Bundibugyo strain. WHO says contact tracing and recovery rates in the DRC are improving, but warns response and treatment are still being slowed by insecurity, weak health infrastructure, and community mistrust. Officials say while the risk of spread outside the region remains low, the outbreak is far from being under control. The U.S. has announced it will provide doses of an experimental antibody drug for clinical trials for the Bundibugyo strain, which currently has no approved vaccine or treatment. Enoch Sikolia has the details.
The Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, caused by the Bundibugyo strain, has become one of the largest ever recorded, with cases now extending into neighboring Uganda. The head of the WHO believes it will continue to get worse before it gets better.
Despite the good progress we have made we still face major challenges, and the outbreak is continuing to outpace the response. There are now 1,094 confirmed cases with 277 deaths. The outbreak is continuing to move fast.
However, hope is arriving fast. In a significant development, the United States says it will provide doses of an experimental antibody treatment known as MBP-134 for clinical trials in the Congo. Developed by MAP Biopharmaceutical, the treatment will be made available under compassionate use, although U.S. health officials have not disclosed how many doses will be supplied. The decision marks the first time Washington has agreed to directly support clinical trials of a therapy during an active Ebola outbreak. Previously, the drug had only been reserved for Americans considered at high risk following exposure. The trials will be coordinated by the World Health Organization together with Congolese authorities and international partners. Researchers hope the study will determine whether the antibody treatment can significantly improve survival rates among infected patients. 2 antiviral medicines developed by Gilead Sciences are also expected to enter clinical trials in the coming weeks. One is remdesivir, marketed as Veklury, which gained global attention during the COVID-19 pandemic. The other is obeldesivir, an experimental oral antiviral that researchers hope can offer a more practical treatment option in outbreak settings. The World Health Organization says the trials will monitor both safety and effectiveness before any recommendation can be made for wider use. While no timeline has been announced, researchers expect participants to be followed over several weeks, with preliminary findings likely to guide future emergency treatment strategies. If the therapies prove effective, regulators could consider emergency authorization, paving the way for larger-scale deployment during future outbreaks. Treatment, however, is only one part of the response. Earlier last week, UNICEF and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, launched a global call to vaccine developers and manufacturers seeking information on candidate vaccines specifically designed to protect against the Bundibujo strain. There is currently no licensed vaccine anywhere in the world against this particular form of Ebola. For now, health officials say containing the outbreak through surveillance, rapid diagnosis, isolation of patients, and safe burials remains the most effective way to prevent further spread, while the world waits to see whether these experimental medicines can change the course of the epidemic. Enoch Sikolia, CGTN.
In Sudan, reports of a major paramilitary build-up around their city El Obeid is raising fears of an impending attack. This could place hundreds of thousands of civilians in grave risk as fighting between the army and the paramilitary rapid support forces escalates. CGTN's Robert Nagila brings us the details.
8 months after the fall of El Fasher, the capital of Sudan's North Darfur state, to the RSF, fears are growing that El Obeid could suffer a similar fate. The city, home to more than 500,000 people, is the capital of North Kordofan state and a key commercial hub known for its trade in gum arabic and livestock. But since the war broke out, its role has changed. El Obeid is now a critical humanitarian hub, supporting communities across the wider Kordofan region. In February last year, the Sudanese army broke an almost 2-year RSF siege on the city. But in recent weeks, UN agencies have warned of a significant RSF buildup around El Obeid, raising fears of renewed fighting and putting civilians at increasing risk.
We must not allow the horrors that we saw in El Fasher to be repeated in El Obeid.
During a UN Security Council briefing, officials warned that the window to prevent a wider escalation was rapidly narrowing. Recent drone attacks have also been reported in areas around El Obeid, including along a key highway near the city of Al-Rahad, according to the United Nations.
We have seen further reports of drone attacks overnight, and for now the area remains inaccessible. Our humanitarian colleagues and their partners are focusing on moving food and other supplies into the city while preparing for the potential movements of large numbers of people in the immediate area.
More than 14 million people have been displaced by Sudan's war, while about 30 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance. The conflict began in 2023 after a power struggle between the Sudanese armed forces and the RSF, plunging the country into a devastating war. Robert Nagela, CGTN.
Nigeria is my home. 160 million vibrant, ambitious individuals constantly seeking the perfect self-expression. It is these people who inspired me to be that person that is seen, to be a voice that is heard, and ultimately to be the anchor that I am. I have to tap in, tune in, and turn on the very best qualities within me to deliver the news. I'm Richard Nta, an anchor for CGTN.
Seychelles has marked the 50th anniversary of its independence with celebrations at the Unity Stadium in the capital, Victoria. The island nation became a sovereign republic in 1976 after over 100 years of British colonial rule. Around 20 platoons, including military forces, police, the Fire and Rescue Agency, and several youth organizations participated in a parade. 4 other countries, China, India, Russia, and Mauritius, also participated in the parade. The Golden Jubilee celebrations included music, dance, and cultural performances, and a drone show that drew cheers from the crowd. In his address, President Patrick Khamenei honored the nation's past.
We are deeply grateful that you have joined us to celebrate this important milestone in our nation's history. 50 years ago, Seychelles took its rightful place among the community of nations as a sovereign and independent republic. Since then, we have remained steadfast in our commitment to friendship, mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and constructive international cooperation.
I think today is a very special day for all Seychellois. It's marking our 50th anniversary of independence, so we are all feeling very proud, and it's really a great for all.
For Seychelles, the 50th anniversary, I expect we all would just stay the same, just keep on thriving, being a Seychellois, not being afraid to show our identity, because that matters more.
In Benin's political capital, Porto Novo, a group of artists, game developers, and guardians of Vodun traditions are using digital technology to preserve ancestral knowledge. They've organized an exhibition which offers an immersive journey that blends culture, storytelling, and interactive gaming. Here's CGTN Sophia Shumechero with more on that.
Created after 18 months of research, interviews, and digital production, this exhibition helps to transform traditional knowledge into interactive experiences designed for today's digital generation. This is the first time such a project has been organized on the continent. The message explains that Ancestral Futures is a pioneering game developed using a new methodology that will be shared through workshops for young people and students. It aims to teach game and film creation while blending real-life footage with digital environments, helping balance virtual experiences and reduce over-reliance on purely digital worlds.
The message highlights the importance of preserving tradition while transitioning to the digital world, comparing it to building a bridge between the past and the future. It also reflects on humanity's responsibility to protect its values and consider what will remain for future generations in an increasingly digital age.
Inspired by the elements of earth, water, and fire, The games invite visitors to explore the beliefs, symbols, and practices of Odun through immersive storytelling.
The experience features 3 environments: earth, water, and fire, where a character moves through and interacts with different objects. Each scene allows users to explore how these objects are arranged and understand their meanings, roles, and cultural significance, especially in the context of Benin's heritage, even without physically accessing them.
The project brings together technology and cultural heritage, giving young people a new way to connect with traditions that have long been passed down through oral history. Rather than replacing ancestral teachings, the creators say the games serve as a tool for cultural mediation, making centuries-old knowledge accessible in a modern format.
The message emphasizes the importance of collaboration with experts and cultural authorities when developing projects, especially government-related work. It highlights the need to balance respect for cultural traditions, scientific rigor, and creative choices such as limiting or restricting certain content in video games to preserve authenticity and appropriateness.
Having brought together artists from Benin, Congo, Uganda, Mali, Cameroon, and France, this initiative goes beyond the scope of an art exhibition. It demonstrates how innovation can help preserve Africa's rich cultural heritage, ensuring ancestral wisdom continues to inspire future generations. Sophia Shimecharo, CGTN.
Well, let's now go to Ramanyang for a look at the day's business news. Rama.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. Here's what's coming up in the world of money. Ethiopia says it's reached a deal to restructure its $1 billion Eurobond after protracted talks with its creditors. And uncertainty hovers over commercial trade across the Strait of Hormuz despite the MOU signed by Iran and the United States.
The greatest journeys, the greatest sights, the greatest adventures.
Here in Kanata, this weir allows the locals to walk on water.
We're far more than just TV news. We're your passport to the wonders of Africa. So let's explore. CGTN. See the difference.
Welcome back to the program. Let's start in Ethiopia. The country says it's reached a preliminary agreement with a key bondholder group on the restructuring of its $1 billion Eurobond, which was due in 2024. Talks to rework the country's only international bond have made very slow progress after Ethiopia opted to restructure its entire foreign public debt load back in 2021, and then it defaulted in December 2023. A statement from Ethiopia's finance ministry says a new round of talks with bondholders held between the 5th and the 28th of June yielded an agreement in principle. Now, the finance ministry and bondholders agreed on a new instrument. They're calling this a new money warrant, the terms of which have now been shared with the International Monetary Fund and the co-chairs of Ethiopia's official creditor committee. Egypt has launched the first phase of its petroleum sector initial public offering program. 4 state-owned companies will be listed on the EGX. 3 are from the petroleum sector: Engineering for Petroleum and Chemical Industries, Egyptian Linear Alkyline Benzene Company, and Petroleum Marine Services. The 4th is Mamura for Reconstruction and Tourism Development. Now, this marks the start of a broader government plan to bring at least 10 petroleum firms and 20 public sector enterprises to the stock market in order to expand private sector participation and to dilute the control the state has over these companies. The 3 petroleum sector firms' capital totals around $687 million. Egypt previously announced plans to list 30 companies on the country's stock market as part of a big divestment program agreed to with the International Monetary Fund. China has waived loans to Sudan worth 344 million yuan. That's roughly $50 million, in a deal announced over the weekend as the country's devastating civil war is now in its third year. The agreement was signed in Port Sudan. It cancels 4 interest-free loans at a time when Khartoum has few international lenders who are actually willing to provide any kind of support. Sudan's total external debt owed to governments and international agencies was estimated at more than $56 billion before the civil war erupted. Sudan's Finance Minister Jibril Ibrahim welcomed the move, saying China's continued to invest in the country throughout the conflict, while Western governments, including the US and EU member states, have largely held back. Sudan's economy has contracted by around 40% since fighting started between the army and the Rapid Support Forces. The country continues to grapple with soaring costs, economic collapse, a surge in inflation, and a very uncertain path to recovery. At the signing ceremony, China's envoy to Sudan said China has pledged to help rebuild the country.
I congratulate the people of Sudan on the signing of the agreement to cancel approximately $50 million of Sudan's debt to China. This generous gesture reflects the strong and enduring partnership between our two countries. China is a strategic partner that stood by Sudan during some of our most difficult times. Today, it is one of our largest investors and our biggest trading partner. China played a key role in developing Sudan's oil sector. It is the one that extracted the oil, and we see great potential to expand that partnership. We also welcome China's expertise in infrastructure, be it railways, electricity grids, water networks, or sanitation systems, as we rebuild our country. And we invite Chinese companies to be part of Sudan's reconstruction and future growth.
Recently, the Chinese government decided to waive 4 interest-free loans. Today, the Sudanese Minister of Finance, Jibril Ibrahim, and I signed a debt relief agreement on behalf of our governments. The Sudanese government is currently making great efforts in national reconstruction. China hopes to effectively reduce its debt burden through this waiver and help the Sudanese government expand its fiscal space. This once again reflects China's commitment to Sudan's reconstruction. China and Sudan are good brothers, good friends, and good partners. China has consistently firmly supported Sudan's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and will continue to provide assistance for Sudan's economic and social development.
Now then, conflict in the eastern end of the Democratic Republic of Congo has long disrupted the cocoa industry in that country. Yes, the DRC is known for a lot more than just its minerals. It's turning the crop, in fact, into a conflict commodity in one sense. Armed militias often target remote farming regions, and they steal that cocoa and then sell it in order to finance their operations. But some farmers refuse to give in to the violence, and they're stepping up ways of securing their land. CGTN's David Middy tells us more.
These young men and women in uniform are guards employed by the Virunga Origins Company in Beni Province. They specialize in patrolling the local cocoa plantations on the northern edge of Virunga National Park and call themselves field guards. Day and night, they watch over the fields, armed with only batons and handheld two-way radios, and alert farmers of the slightest suspicious movement.
We joined this program for our own good, and we are doing a good job. We are now managing to catch thieves and subdue them, just as Virunga trained us to do. We anticipate all their maneuvers to prevent them from getting past us.
Cocoa farming is a major driver of the local economy here, with many families heavily dependent on the revenue. Yet for several seasons now, their livelihoods have been threatened by repeated thefts, forcing farmers to take matters into their own hands and devise several ways to save their crops.
The cocoa we grow is purely seasonal. We harvest on the 15th and 30th of every month. But sometimes when we arrive at the fields to harvest, we find that thieves have already stolen everything. So we've started coming from time to time to pick up whatever is close to ripeness.
And they say the different initiatives are already beginning to bear some fruit. Across several villages, farmers have seen a drop in thefts. But everyone recognizes that this community-led approach alone cannot guarantee lasting security. And the cooperatives representing local farmers also have another concern.
When the ponds start to show signs of ripening, the farmer is forced to harvest them for fear of thieves. Sometimes people tell us this is to protect the cocoa, but it's not a good method because cocoa that hasn't reached maturity will automatically be of poor quality, and this will hurt exports in the long term.
While the initiative is restoring hope to communities in Beni, cocoa producers are still banking on more support from authorities. But for now, they can keep farming with some peace of mind, knowing that their investment is more secure than before. David Mbidi, CGTN.
Now, over to Cote d'Ivoire, electric vehicles are gaining ground there, particularly in the ride-hailing sector. Drivers say they can cut daily operations costs by 30 to 40% compared to petrol-powered cars. While that shift does promise low emissions and reduced fuel costs, there are challenges that come along with a switch to battery-powered vehicles, like limited charging infrastructure, for example. Here's CGTN's Sharon Baranga with that report.
In Abidjan, many ride-hailing drivers using platforms such as Yango are choosing Chinese-made EVs, which they say offer long driving ranges, lower maintenance costs, and great comfort. However, the lack of charging stations and specialized repair centers continue to slow wider adoption.
In my opinion, Chinese electric vehicles are of excellent quality. They are fast, durable, and comfortable. The batteries have a long lifespan, and the air conditioning is excellent. My vehicle, for example, can travel around 400 kilometers on a single charge, which lasts me a week. Electric vehicles require no special maintenance, as there are no oil changes to perform. The only challenges are the lack of specialized repair shops and charging stations. This is why we are asking the Ivorian government to address the situation by increasing the number of charging points and repair shops.
Dealerships such as Huanyu Auto and distributors like Sino Africa are expanding the availability of EVs designed for both private and commercial use. Electric SUVs and sedans are becoming increasingly common in showrooms across Abidjan as dealers seek to meet growing demand.
Our Chinese electric cars are well regarded in the market, though they face competition from fuel-powered vehicles such as the Jetua and Chang'an models. In my professional opinion, this is based on two factors. Firstly, on the deliveries we have made, and secondly, on the market rate. In my professional opinion, the government has the capacity to supply adequate equipment for these vehicles. Furthermore, they have the potential to enhance environmental relations and transform the entire landscape for electric cars.
The Ivorian government is supporting the country's transition to cleaner transport. Its goal is to have EVs make up to 10% of the public administration fleet by 2030, helping reduce fossil fuel consumption and greenhouse emissions.
We now have the fleet of more than 2,000 electric vehicles. Just 2 years ago, Côte d'Ivoire's electric vehicle fleet stood at around 400 units. Our aim is to install a minimum of 500 or 600 charging points, or even 1,000. Once our current project is implemented, it will enable the installation of 300 solar-powered charging points nationwide. Our target is to have 5,480 vehicles by 2035.
Analysts say the economic benefits are already clear, with the electricity costs falling to less than half for the 349-kilometer journey between Abidjan and Bouaké. Some manufacturers have also begun assembling EVs locally to make them even more affordable. Sharon Baranga, CGTN.
Now then, the Strait of Hormuz, you've been hearing about that waterway for quite a while now. It saw a brief hope of recovery last week after the United States temporarily authorized Iranian oil sales and for the country to accept payment for that in US dollars. But as Ehsan Kevanina reports from Yazd in central Iran, that optimism is proving to be rather short-lived.
After the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding signed between Iran and the United States, the U.S. eased sanctions to authorize Iranian oil sales for 60 days while peace talks continue. That initially raised hopes that the Strait of Hormuz would move from crisis back to commerce. The MOU also gave regional Arab countries and the global energy sector new hope that trade would be normalized to avoid prolonged disruption in the world's most critical oil checkpoint.
During the first days after the waiver was issued, Iran could export its reserves on the water as well as its deposited crude. Around 40 million barrels of Iran's oil passed the strait within a few days.
That rapid oil movement fueled broader expectations across Iran's trade sector. Exporters and importers hoped the reopening would revive more than just energy shipments.
Since a few months back, when we have had this war in place, the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked, and then reopening of that would definitely give us a very good avenue to move, more freely in order for us to be able to send our products from the main port of Iran, which is Bandar Abbas.
But on the ground, the logistics for that revival have yet to materialize.
Despite the MOU being reached, shipping companies and forwarders are not offering bookings for containers in the south of Iran at this moment. They say the risk premium is too high.
The implementation of the MOU is expected to take time and require further arrangements. Now, a new obstacle stands in the way of trade normalization. A new wave of tit-for-tat military strikes, effectively grounding any return to normal trade flows.
Despite the fragile ceasefire, Iran cannot yet benefit from commerce revival. The ships aren't coming and the attacks haven't stopped. Under these circumstances, not only will Iran continue to suffer huge losses, but the global energy sector remains in uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz. Ehsan Keivani, CGTN, Yazd.
Now then, we're still in the Middle East. At least 47 senior government officials and politicians in Iraq have been arrested as part of a major anti-corruption campaign. Elite counter-terrorism service units raided homes inside Baghdad's heavily fortified green zone in the early hours of Sunday. Prime Minister Ali al-Zaidi said that the government's anti-corruption crackdown is just beginning. Zaidi took office in the month of May. He's pledged to tackle entrenched corruption in the public sector, which remains one of Iraq's most persistent problems, despite repeated promises by successive governments to hold officials accountable. Sunday's operation was launched on the Prime Minister's orders after judicial authorities issued arrest warrants targeting suspected corruption networks.
This campaign is only the beginning. The issue of corruption is not over. We continue to fight. Anyone who has public funds must return the funds to their owners. The people's money must return to the people. I am mandated by a citizen who wants a glimmer of hope in this country. I am today responsible for the people, for their blood and their interests. I cannot stay silent about any mistake. I will not be lenient on the interests of the Iraqi people, and this government will be a distinguished government, God willing. Today, Iraq will start a new page, a new Iraq. Weapons are restricted to the hand of the state. Power is held only by the hand of the state. As for whoever has in mind to work for the state and steal the money of orphans and the poor, he is mistaken. I tell him, you will not stay. I will pursue him day and night.
We'll leave it there for the time being, but here's what's coming up at the top of the hour. In global business, we'll be focusing on South Africa with a looming June 30th deadline from protest groups for all undocumented foreigners to leave the country. Economists are warning of dire consequences for that country's economy, which incidentally is also Africa's largest. We'll explore that and plenty more at the top of the hour. For now, though, back to Beatrice for the sport.
Rama, thank you. Well, let's now take a look at your sports news. Here's what's ahead. Morocco faced the Dutch test in the round of 32 knockouts at the FIFA World Cup. Africa's top-ranked side, Morocco, faced their biggest hurdle in the FIFA World Cup, seeking to progress to the round of 16 as they faced their Dutch opponents on Monday in Monterrey, Canada. Now, the Atlas Lions, who finished as Group C runners on goal difference, amassed 7 points, drawing with Brazil before beating Scotland and Haiti, and played with more pressing intensity and intelligent movement to suggest they are going to be hard to overcome. They faced their Dutch opponents off the back of a 2-2 draw with table toppers Brazil, a 1-0 win over Scotland and a 4-2 victory against Haiti. Morocco coach Mohamed Wadabi says his players are motivated, confident and determined to beat the Netherlands. He insists that simply wearing the nation's shirt was enough motivation to move mountains, notwithstanding the support they receive from fans.
As for motivation, believe me, I sincerely think that the greatest motivation we have and that the players have is wearing this jersey and representing this country. I believe that with that motivation alone, we can move mountains. Of course, there are other things, statements and the like, that can help us. But believe me, we are sufficiently motivated, confident and determined to win this match.
Monday night's matchup between the Netherlands and Morocco will be the highest ranked match in the round of 32. The Netherlands, ranked number 7 in the world at the moment, topped Group F after a draw against Japan and big wins over Sweden and Tunisia. Morocco are currently ranked 6th, and this match will be a clash of the giants. The Netherlands have long held the reputation of the best never to have won the tournament, having lost all 3 finals it played. Their most recent final loss was to Spain in extra time at the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, which was also the last time the Netherlands lost a World Cup game in 120 minutes. The Dutch have not lost in 6 previous World Cup matches against African countries.
So we prepared well. We analyzed them, we trained, we had 2 very good sessions, and everything is said and done. Now it's down to us. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a challenging game on the challenging circumstances, but I'm looking forward to it. These are the games you want to be part of. Like I said, it's our first knockout game, and let's go for it and have confidence.
Meanwhile, Morocco's supporters have been gathering at Monterrey's Macro Plaza, creating a festive atmosphere ahead of their team's round of 32 World Cup match against the Netherlands. It marked Morocco's first stop in Mexico during the tournament after the Atlas Lions played all 3 of their Group C matches in the United States, drawing with Brazil before defeating Scotland and Haiti to advance to the knockout stage. This will also be the last World Cup match staged in Monterrey during the tournament, and the winner will advance to face Canada in the round of 16 after Canada defeated South Africa 1-0 in the tournament's opening round of 32 matches on Sunday.
You know, the game in New York felt like the center of the world. We had the French walking around us, the Brazilians, the Scots, the Algerians, the Argentinians. Everyone was there. New York feels like a conglomeration of the world. Here it feels very Mexican, it feels very Moroccan. So I think they're both unique, and it's a privilege and a blessing to be able to get to attend both.
Thousands of fans queued for hours in the Miami heat on Sunday for a rare chance to see football's most iconic prize, the original FIFA World Cup trophy. Hundreds waited in long lines outside Miami's Freedom Tower, some for at least 2 hours, to catch a glimpse of and take photographs with the 18-karat gold trophy designed by Italian artist Silvio Gazzaniga. The trophy, which replaced the Jules Rimet trophy in 1974, is normally kept under tight security in Zurich and makes only occasional public appearances. The display comes as Miami prepares to host a round of 32 knockout matches on Friday between reigning champions Argentina and surprise package Cape Verde. Italy's 2006 World Cup winner Marco Materazzi, who was at the event, said he has been stunned by Cape Verde's fairy tale run in their debut tournament.
The next game, Cape Verde, I think is the biggest surprise at the moment. But you never know now, because I saw the game, they play very well. And then now they have to play against the world champion.
It's special because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because you see the World Cup playing in other countries, but being played in home soil, and I am not far. I drove 2.5 hours from Myers all the way here, and it was really worth it.
French coach Didier Deschamps returned to the French camp this weekend after briefly returning home following the death of his mother last week. Deschamps missed the 4-1 win over Norway on Friday to attend his mother's funeral in southwestern France. The win confirmed Les Bleus as the winners of Group I, offering them a less tedious travel schedule ahead. France, who are based in Boston, are due to play Sweden in the round of 32 in New Jersey on Tuesday. And in England, Premier League side Manchester City has confirmed the appointment of Enzo Maresca as the new manager for the club. Maresca has signed a 3-year deal with City, replacing Pep Guardiola at the Etihad Stadium, with the Italian taking on the daunting task of replacing one of football's greatest ever coaches. The Italian was Guardiola's assistant 4 years ago and previously coached Chelsea from June 2024 to January 2026, winning the club World Cup and Conference League titles and also qualifying for the Champions League. And staying in motorsports, Toyota's reigning world champion Sébastien Ogier won the Acropolis Rally Greece on Sunday after